All right, that looks good. Just getting all set up. Making sure I get the links proper. All right. Oh, hello. I've been good. I've been working on. I've been coding a lot, so working on a video game. Just making sure I get my dashboard up here. Also, let's send that out. Oh, right. I got to get the link for the actual video. I think that's the one. I'm just going to make sure this link is at all viable. If I go to youtube.com/watch, if I paste that in there, will that work? I guess, yep, that's the right one. Good. And I can tell that the audio is working. Good. All right. Make sure. Get my light table going. Oh yeah, let's turn on the, let's put that up for loop. There, now I can make this. Right. Hey guys. Hello, Deadweight. Awesome. Have I looked into NFTs? For a moment there, I almost misread that as NTFS. I'm like, oh yeah, I've been using that file system for ages. NFTs, right? I mean, I've seen them, right? But it's like there's a lot of ways in which they can go right and a lot of ways in which they can go wrong. That's how I would put it. And I just think it's like there you can only, I don't know how to explain this. It's like usually, I can look at NFTs like a stock, right? They're like a stock. Is that if you think that a particular artist is going to do really, really well, if you think that they're on the up and up, and someday they will become really popular, and their work will actually become really valuable, that their work will appreciate it, then okay, yeah, it's like same thing with the company, right? If you think the company's on the up and up and they're going to do really, really well, then yeah, you buy stocks in them. So I just think of an NFT's value as like, it's like stocks for art. It's stocks for art. And if it's like there are a lot of instances of people who aren't really good artists, and they just think that if they throw their like their amateur drawings up as an NFT, like they think that they're going to make a killing. Not so easy. Not so easy. So yeah, NFTs are basically, I'm not going to say they're good or they're bad. I just say it's stonks for drawing. You could lose your shirt if you're not careful, if you don't know what you're doing. And I guess it just follows it follows like an old adage, which is just, don't invest in things you don't understand. That's all right? Just don't invest in things you don't understand, and then you'll be able to keep your shirt. And just don't don't throw everything into it. Like, look, I wouldn't ever take any particular stock or investment opportunity too seriously. And like, look, 2006, around like 2006 or 2008, somebody, I was doing a commission run, and I had like a $30 commission that I did for a client. And at the time they said, "Hey, are you okay with being paid in Dogecoin?" And I'm like, you know what? 2008, yeah, let's do it for the memes. It sounds like fun. Sure, why not? And they sent me 60,000 Dogecoin. And that was in 2008. And then after things went kind of crazy recently, I was able to sell off like half of it and buy myself a Valve Index. So it's like, look, I got it in really low. I did it for fun. It was $30 and I got lucky. Okay? That's how I treat these sorts of things, right? It's like, just sometimes you get lucky, but don't like, don't get too crazy into it, right? Like, don't. What I didn't do is I didn't suddenly invest more into Doge and then get caught up when it crashed. I still own like a little bit of it, right? I still own like half of my original. So and the thing is, it's still worth a lot more than $30. So it's like, okay, I'm doing all right, and that's how I would see it. So yeah, it's pretty funny, right? It's like with these things, look, everything is an investment. Okay, even your fiat currency, even the Canadian dollars that I have, the any American dollars you have, all of these things, fiat currency is essentially the stonk of a country. And the thing is, you got to consider, right? Is that country going to hyperinflate that currency kind of like in the recent year? And I just say, look, just don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Old fairy tale saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't only own American currency. Don't only own Canadian currency. Don't only own Bitcoin. Don't only own gold bars. Don't only own ammunition cartridges. It's like, look, all of these things are various investments in their own right. And I think that it's just a matter of, you're just hedging your risks. Have a hedge against inflation, protect whatever your wealth is, and yeah, like some of these things will go up, some of them will go down. Just make sure that, not all of it goes down and gets destroyed. So I don't have any Bitcoin, right? I guess I could probably trade some of my Doge for some Bitcoin. And that's all it is. It's just, in the end, it's not really selling. Everything is trading, right? It's like if you sold, let's say, your Valve Index for some dollars, for the money, I was like, no, you're trading that thing for some American dollars. And the American dollars will have their own fluctuations in value and so on. And so I got to say, though, I mean, when it comes to fiat currency, it's always devaluing. It's always, always, always devaluing due to inflation. So yeah, okay. Anyway, so I think we're suitably warmed up, and yeah, I have been doing a number of warm ups before I actually started the stream. So yeah, as to why, let's see. Yeah, so why it is that I'm actually doing the streams. Just, I got some friends who got fucking hit real hard by Hurricane Ida. They got a whole lot of property damage, and and yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can maybe get their they have a PayPal donation link, and I figure I'm just gonna do what it is that I do, which is animate, and then just have the link up, and maybe somebody will. They're just trying to get as much exposure to that as possible, and see if they can get back on their feet. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm not gonna make a big deal about whether or not people, or you should or you shouldn't, right? Because quite frankly, I hate getting plagued with donations. Like there's always people asking for money, and I just say, look, there are rarely ever any times where I myself will actually donate to any cause, just because I don't know where the fucking money's going. So really, the only time I'll ever donate to a charity would be I know the people personally, and that's about it. It's like I have to know them personally, and so you won't ever see me like donating to like some climate change or save the orphans or this or that. It's just because it's not because I don't it's not that I don't believe in climate change or I somehow hate orphans and I'm a terrible person. It's just I don't know the people that I'm donating to, and I really need to see exactly where the money goes. And I think that's kind of an important thing, is if you're going to invest in something, don't invest in a thing you don't understand, is what I say, right? It's like the same thing comes with charity. It's like if you don't know those people that you're sending the money to and you don't understand how they're going to spend that money, then fucking don't send the money there. And so that's I guess my main principle for giving. I'm not saying don't ever give to charities. I'm just saying know where the money is going. Yeah. So okay, so anyway, yeah, let's I had like 3 possible like ideas. I had 3 possible ideas for topics. One of them was going to be Maycross Missile Massacre. I want to draw like fucking robots launching 5 zillion missiles and at a target and blowing them up. That would be one of them. The second idea I had, and Maycross, like it's hard to go wrong with Maycross Missile Massacre. So, you can have like a fucking robot going and it's like launching like 5 zillion missiles at a target and exploding the fuck out of it. That stuff, that would be pretty awesome. Can't go wrong with Maycross Missile Massacre. The second idea I had was human mosquitoes. So, I mean, you guys all know how mosquitoes are, right? Little bastards stab you in the jugular, on the sensitive areas, right in the armpit, right on your fucking, on the inside of your knee. And then they suck blood, and then they leave behind their fucking enzymes, which dissolve the tissue and make it really itchy. Human mosquitoes is, we turn this into a sci-fi, and we get a bunch of guys who look like astronauts. They're in astronaut suits, and they're wearing some fucking crazy ass gear and stuff, and they're the human mosquitoes. So basically, these guys are on some enormous creature, and they are drawing blood from this creature, and of course, something goes wrong, and something starts trying to fucking slap them, except it's huge. So you got these people who are trying to fly away. They're trying to escape. They got jetpacks or something, and they're trying to escape while being slapped by an extremely enormous creature. So that would be, that's human mosquitoes. That's the second idea, which I think would be pretty fucking awesome as well. So it's basically like we get to see at like the human scale, they're basically traveling up some giant thing. You got some people with like jetpacks and they're escaping. Meanwhile, there's like some giant hands like smashing down as they're escaping. So that would be human mosquitoes. And then the third idea is we draw. You guys ever seen some like future funk videos? Like the really good ones, like maybe I think Real Love Music does, like that channel has some really good future funk, and they always have like these really cool loops, like looped anime. And I was just thinking, yeah, I'd like to draw some waifu material, basically just dancing, and make it extremely loopable and make it like really something that you would synchronize to a beat, and so that would be the third idea. So yeah, so those are the three ideas that I have of like, I mean, like no body horror. I mean, we can show like one of those astronauts getting struck. Like one of them gets a near miss, and the other one gets like smashed, right? Like partially smashed. It's like, oh, that would be pretty fucking awesome. So yeah, the future funk loops like that one's also, you know, pretty good content. And then, you know, that kind of stuff we could send it off to Real Love Music and see if they use it. So yeah, future funk loop. So those are the three ideas I have. And I mean, quite honestly, like the human mosquitoes one sounds pretty fucking awesome. Let's not leave the best for last. Let's just do some human mosquitoes. It's like Attack on Titan stuff. So, all right. So let's board the sequence out. And the thing about storyboards is that I'm gonna do like multiple passes of these storyboards. So first one is they got to be drawing blood. They got to draw blood, and then notice that it's like I just worry about text first, right? We need a scene of them drawing blood. The syringe is got to be filled. So actually, maybe there's three beats to it, right? There's the drawing of the blood. There is they get found out. Which means now they have to fucking escape. Right. So those are the three beats we've got. Now, within drawing blood, I mean, we're going to need things like the giant syringe. You know, it's basically the giant syringe, or I should say, it's not injection. It's, well, yeah, it's the opposite. So anyway, okay, so fine. We got to show penetration. Oh, giggity giggity. Penetration. And then we also have to show the blood being withdrawn, suction, and maybe the storage, and that will lead us into maybe the astronauts are the people who are performing it. You know, they're basically completion. Actually, they don't even have to do completion. Maybe there's like another, you know, then there's another penetration. And this leads to us to a failure. And at that moment, there's basically the earthquake. So it's a quake. Shadow. So we need a shadow from the oncoming hand. And I guess at that point, there's the breakaway. So the breakaway is basically where they have to jump out of the way of this hand that smashes down. And then there's the pursuit. So they'll pull out. So we're going to have to pull back our lens, and we're going to have to see the full scope. There's probably going to have to be dodge. Maybe an impact. You know, dodge and impact. One smash. The one person's going to get smashed. Then a glance. So for the second guy. And so basically we're going to have two characters. One gets smashed. The other one gets glanced and then escapes. So you see, this is how I come up with sequences, right? Oh, yes, I'll talk about it in a second. So yeah, so this is how I work out a sequence. Is that you'll notice that it's like I separate things into a story beat, I don't just jump right into storyboards. I have story beats. Then there's the individual, like, not scenes, but I guess these are the little sequences that I want to board out. And then, and also you get all these transitions. And this is basically figuring out the entire scope of the idea. So yeah. Oh yeah. We can do that. We can have that. We can have it where one of the guys like pushes the other guy out of the way, and then he gets slammed. So yeah, that would be pretty cool. There's like the push. So there's the smash/push teammate, right? And this, like, you see, the thing about working with things with just words right now is the words are the seeds. The words give you a visual picture. They help you visualize, and they take no time, no effort, no talent, no skill to write this stuff out, right? That's why I say you should use this as an early medium, because it's really fast and it gives you a quick scope and a quick structure. The structure is knowing all the crap you're going to have to do and fit into, a day's worth of work or so. Pyro, just to answer your question, tapping into the tablet driver to override pressure readings. Okay, so the way that is working is there's the hardware of the tablet, which then plugs into USB, which now we're inside the PC at this point. The USB has its Wacom driver, so there's the Wacom driver. And then normally that Wacom driver would talk to TV Paint. All right, so there's a Wacom tablet. So yeah, there's Wacom tablet.dll. So what I did is inside the TV Paint folder is I threw in my own Wacom tablet.dll. So it means that normally when TV Paint.exe fires up, or if you're using Photoshop, ps.exe, it's gonna, the first thing it's gonna look for Wacom tablet.dll. It's gonna look within its own folder directory, and if there is none, it will fall back to the one that's sitting in one of your system directories, and your system 32. So if you put a Wacom tablet.dll inside your own Photoshop directory or your TV Paint directory, it will read that one instead. So what I've done is I made a stub DLL. And so I have my own Wacom tablet, which is a stub. It's a stub. So what's happening is TV Paint is instead talking to the stubbed one that is sitting in the same directory as executable. And then this stubbed one talks to the real one. So normally it's like, in order to gather information about things like pressure and location and tilt and all that thing, there's actually several DLL entry points. And so what a stub does is the stub will simply connect to all of these entry points, and then it will offer up all the exact same entry points to the executable. And what I had to do in order to manufacture this stub is I had to use something called a wrapper. There's something called Wrap-It. I use and what Wrap-It does is Wrap-It looks at a DLL, looks at all of the exposed entry points, generates a new DLL that references the old DLL, and also creates all the necessary entry points to stub that DLL. So you're looking for something like a stub generator, a DLL stub generator. Then I still need to be able to control this thing with foot pedals. So what I have is I've got an auto hotkey script. Auto hotkey, I actually am using sockets, WinSock. I'm using a network socket. So in my stub DLL, there is stuff which allows for manipulation of those entry points. And what I've got is I have a connection. So auto hotkey is running Wacom.dll acts as a UDP server. It will receive UDP requests on a port. Auto hotkey sends UDP packets to that Wacom DLL, and vice versa. Auto hotkey has its own server, so this allows for a bidirectional connection. So auto hotkey is sending packets, UDP packets to Wacom DLL, and vice versa. So this is how we get our inter-process communications. And then finally, AutoHotkey has access to things like MIDI. And it also talks to things like joystick. It can read joystick stuff. And so that's how all that's working together. It's quite a lot of it's quite a lot of bubble gum and duct tape. But it works fast enough. Yeah. So acquired the skills to do all that from a previous career? No, not really. I mean, knowing how to stub a DLL, like that just means you need to know how a DLL works, right? That doesn't require a lot of expertise. The DLL stub generator, Rapid, I didn't create that either. Knowing how to make, like, you can download the Wacom SDK, or at the very least, you can apply to them and receive the Wacom SDK to get the documentation to know what does what. AutoHotkey, I followed their manual for the most part. The MIDI incorporation, getting it to talk to MIDI, somebody on the forum provided that. And their manual talks about how to talk to the joystick. And so there really wasn't anything, like a lot of it is just gluing together existing knowledge. There's a lot of standing on the shoulders of giants to do what I did. I mean, I'm no better than Brundle. Brundle's the titular character. He's like the main character in The Fly, right? Brundle made the teleporter, but he basically made the teleporter out of off the shelf parts, ordered off of Alibaba. So it's like that's me. I'm just Brundle. So anyway, yeah, we'll get back to the thing at hand. Right. So the first board, penetration, right? So we got to talk about that. So I guess I would probably want to have some vein or something like that. There's a vein. And we'll even draw like the little otaku symbol. And so I guess in this case we can draw like it's going to get stabbed by like some needle, some giant syringe. And this is the thing, right? It's like initially and the plunger will be all the way down, so they gotta pull it up, right? So this is the thing, right? It's like, don't worry about drawing it all super cinematic and awesome yet, right? Once we see how many boards, we'll know how much work we have to do, and then how much time we have to complete it, and we'll have to adjust the level of detail to the amount of actual, to the scope of the work, right? So then comes suction, right? So we got the penetration, then suction. You'll notice is like there's a lot of copy paste, right? We just do that. We can draw the drawing of the drawing of the blood. We can just let's move that there. I'm just using like the simplest copy paste tools. So there, we pull that plunger back, and maybe we have to show like, that goes up this way, and we can show that this thing's filling with blood. I'm almost thinking that we can have like a guy's boot. We can fucking hell. I'm gonna just draw like a fucking barefoot. All right, I know the guy will have a proper boot. Okay, but I'm just going to draw a shitty, like, because this is understandable, right? This is understandable. Yes, we're drawing astronauts and whatnot, but I want to show that there is like a fucking foot, and maybe this person is like hauling on it somehow, and I'm going to draw them like way over, and he's like going and he's pulling it. Right? Lots of sweat drops. He's pulling that thing up. Right. This is the suction part. And like again, throw all of your there's the part of you that wants everything to be awesome and cool and professional. Just take all that, wad it up, fold it up into a nice little origami boulder and throw it over your shoulder. All right. We don't have time for it. We just don't have time for it. And exactly, right? Yes. No, you got it, man. It's totally okay. Like, look, these are these things that I'm these are my notes, all right? And when you do your own storyboards, they will be your notes. And so if make them entertaining for yourself. Like seriously, just okay, so what's next? Right. There's the storage. So I guess and here's another thing, right? Is like you'll notice that I'm not worrying about camera angle. I don't know what angle is going to come to mind. And even if I had the right angle, I don't think I'd be able to draw it in perspective yet. I got to break it down. I'm just not fucking smart enough, okay? So draw them if need be, draw them from this side, all right? Because they're just hieroglyphics. And you know, for those of you who are blessed with great imaginations and talent, good for you. Good for you. Use it. Fine. I'm happy for you. But for the rest of us mere mortals, with varying degrees of aphantasia, this is what I would suggest: is go with something that is more abstract. So I'm going to draw this guy having the syringe on his back. And the thing is full of blood. He's happy. He's all set up, and maybe he's got like another teammate who's helping him. Never mind how awkward this looks. Because again, right, it's like you're not going to have the first ideas are going to be the fucking garbage. They're going to be your like F trash tier ideas. But you know what? You have nothing in here. There's nothing, de nada in here, right? And so even an F trash tier idea compared to nothing is infinitely better than nothing. So don't worry about having trash tier skills, drawing skills, if you're doing storyboards, or even if, you know what, maybe you're a really good illustrator. Maybe you're a really skilled illustrator and you've drawn like nice murals and posters, or you've spent like weeks on a thing that is photorealistic, and in the back of your head that side of you says, I can do better. I want to flex. Save it. Save it for later. Honestly. Otherwise, you will never get anything done. Right. Don't get distracted by polishing it. Complete the stages. Like this is one, like this whole page here is one complete stage. Also, is the stream still showing up? Because it's like my YouTube studio is not. Well, I guess you guys are not having any problems, so things must be okay. I'm just looking over the dashboard. I can still read your chat, but I'm like the darn thumbnail's not like updating at all. So Okay, I just had to like refresh it and make sure that everything's on the up and up. But yeah, you know, again and again, your first, I say don't skip the word stage. Don't skip the steps. It's like if you're trying to climb up a ladder and you know you skip a rung, it's like when you skip a step, you're not skipping additional work. What you're skipping is you're skipping the help. You could be helping yourself. You're helping yourself out. And if you skip steps, you're not saving work. You're not saving yourself any effort. You're turning the work from something that should be effortless into something that's very demanding. And all of a sudden you have to do 2, 3, 4 extra steps in your head. And so you're not doing yourself any favors by skipping these silly, you know, stages of work, of effort. Because these stages, these early stages, they're low effort, right? So invest the low effort, all right? If we're gonna talk about stonks and effort, it's like these are investments that will pay dividends. Like they will pay massively in the future. You will not regret it. You will not regret it. Okay, so right, there's the storage, and then there's penetration 2. Like it sounds like a sequel to a porn. Penetration 2. I'm just thinking of the guy going. He's like, give him like a massive like. It's kind of funny. It's like the gesture, right? The gesture of like, you know, throwing around. Like I think of that. Like I make that work in my sketch because you know all this stuff is like, you ever seen like Egyptian murals, like you see like these, right? They do stuff like this, right? And this is like the early storytelling, right? You know, they would say something like, you know, I had, you know, 8 of my homies with me and we had like a discussion, you know, me and the babe had like a discussion with like a couple of our gods, and you know, like that's what this is, right? Like these were very symbolic and they're very abstract, but you know, like they tell a story, right? Like they explain what the hell's going on. They're kind of, maybe they're really abstract and they require some amount of deciphering, but you know, like that stuff is timeless, right? This stuff has stood for millennia. And so I just say, like, look, if you have a really rough, vague idea, then your drawing should be really rough and vague to match. And so give them like the mega soy face. We're gonna give another syringe. He's gonna draw the blood. Right, so they got that plunger. And we'll put them, you know, it's like, yes, I know that like they're kind of all out of balance and whatnot. That can be fixed up later again. And like I almost want to have this guy like drawing like doing a selfie. He's like trying to take a fucking selfie. Oh, yeah. There we go. And I can draw him with like the syringe on his back as well. And maybe this is what happens, right? Is like he pokes the wrong spot. Maybe the thing is that like I got to think about how it goes wrong, right? It's not the penetration here, right? Because it worked last time. Maybe we need like a scene with like the anesthetic as well, right? So maybe he's got to like they've got some kind of spray anesthesia. And you'll notice like no, things don't have to be anatomically correct. There are an indeterminate number of fingers on the end of that appendage. There is no perspective. All right. It's like a lot of this is the thing about animation, okay? A lot of the things that you learn, right? All the Loomis, all the Bridgman, all the drawing fundamentals and perspective. It's just it goes out the fucking window. Okay? It is not necessary for storytelling. It's like the story can be told even before the animation's complete, right? In here, like the story is told entirely with text. So we're gonna spray the feels away. So they're always stabbing the anesthetized part. So I guess what happens is he winds up, poking. So here's, I guess, the important thing is that. So here's another thing, right? Is that because I drew outside of the frame, I can actually show that maybe we'll zoom in on this part here, and they wind up poking the unanesthetized part. So this is where there's the failure. So boop. We're gonna draw the indentation. And we can draw also like, some, proper Chris Felucci style detail. Some extremely curly, some extremely curly hairs. So there's the failure. Yes. That's right. The blacksmiths will forge and grind a knife's rough shape into before they polish it. Exactly. It's like it's just some slug of metal. It's like it's been all beaten up and something. It doesn't. It's not like a nice sharp little blade either, right? It's like you ever see people making Damascus steel. It's like they start with like a whole bunch of these like hunks of iron rebar, and then they gotta like melt it down, and they gotta fold it over and bash it a zillion times, and yeah, it's like it doesn't start out as a knife blade until like the very end, and so much of that metal is lost as it just becomes slag and it falls away through the hammering. Okay, so let's see, we got the failure, so we're already here, right? It's like okay, so then there's like the whole like earthquake. I almost need like things all crashing around them and that brings us there. So this is another thing, right? It's like not everything has to be neatly left to right. And another thing is like they have these, sometimes there's I should also draw like that. There we are. There we are. Okay. Yeah, I mean sometimes you can find storyboard sheets with like the pre-printed frames and whatnot, and I never use them. I never use them. What I would do, however, is when you're done your whole sequence, then you can copy and paste things and then squish them into the nice pre-printed or formatted sheets. But yeah, it's like don't let. I think if you just try to draw within that little frame, it's like it's kind of it's very limiting. Maybe do it on like the second or third pass of your storyboards. Okay, so we got the shadow, right? We got to have the shadow coming. So here, I'm just gonna grab this frame here. And yeah, we'll just set the opacity to like 50% or 30%. Whoops. Okay. Okay, yeah. So there we are. So we can apply a light shade to everything. Yeah. So we'll just fill in everything here. Emphasis on being very, very, speedy, economical. It's okay to cut corners here. Oh, and bring my opacity back up. All right. Right. So we have a shadow. Okay, and I think we have the breakaway. Yeah, it's the breakaway. Does the hair imply that they are injecting into the computer? Just who knows? Wearing a giant bandage like like this is another thing like about just if you're looking for topics that are interesting to draw, take mundane things and then just draw them from the perspective of an insect. Just draw them from a perspective of an insect, because it's like everything suddenly becomes like enormous and massive. Like you could drown in a drop of water. It's like it's pretty cool, right? It's like if you wanted to draw like just a fruit fly, draw a fruit fly in the middle of a rainstorm, right? It's like just having to fly through during a rainstorm, like fly through a length of the garden in a rainstorm. That shit's cool. So yeah, just another thing that's really good for our topics is take mundane stuff and then you introduce the fantastic. So you can have some out in the sticks farm and like a spaceship crashes down, and some, amazing, space ace pilot has basically crashed in some farmland, right? And he's like, well, my ride is wrecked and now what, right? So whenever the fantastic meets the mundane, that's interesting. Or you do it the other way around, in which case you are seeing some kind of advanced civilization and some farmer crashes down in there and he's got to get by, right? So fish out of water story. And that's interesting too. So I always feel like don't just make, like, you need a contrast, and you can't just make everything fantastic because eventually people get really bored. But if you take the mundane and you crash it down into a fantastic place, then it keeps things relatable because we are, the mundane symbolizes us, right? And it means that it allows you to relate the mundane, or it allows you to relate the mundane self in the fantastic environment, and vice versa, right? It's like as something fantastic comes crashing down to the mundane land, right? It's like, again, it keeps it relatable. So we have breakaway. All of this is just taking a really monumental task of animation and then breaking it down into poopy little steps that are easy to accomplish. So I'm going to draw one guy who's like, and yeah, I'm going to draw his butt. So we have like a big sound effects are absolutely necessary. If you aren't making sound effects while you do your storyboards, there's something wrong. It's just not going to have the same energy. Have a big hand like slamming down. There's like another really important thing about like being able to scale your work down or to dial down your just being able to dial back your art or throttle it back. Right. This is something that's kind of hard for people, for a lot of I won't say beginners, but I would say novices. It's like people, if you're a novice and you haven't found your peak or your pinnacle, meaning if you haven't kind of reached that point, I feel like every artist has a kind of a peak or a pinnacle. I know I found mine, right? It's the point where you reach the peak of your objective ability, meaning this is as realistic and slick and clean and really like, total Cain sacrifice art that I've ever made, right? The kind of work that you put 2 weeks into or a month into, and it's like super duper detailed, right? That is the stuff where you can't possibly think of a way to make it better, right? Like you can compare your own work objectively to other professionals' work and say, you know what, like, look, it's on par, okay? But the difference between, say, the thing that separates me from one of those professional workers is I hate the process. I'm too fucking lazy, man. I'm too lazy to draw it all realistic. Like it takes a whole lot of fucking work. And you know what? It's like I want way too much credit for it. I want a fucking biscuit and a pat on the head. I want head pats and biscuits for having to work that fucking hard. And let me tell you, social media will never give you the head pats and the biscuits for that. They will give you the head pats and the biscuits for a work that you spent 5 minutes on that was really crappy, that you think is crappy. But somehow, for whatever reason, like every artist knows this. Every artist who's ever had a viral post knows this, that their viral post, the post that rocketed them to stardom, was some shitty 5-minute post. All right, that's just how it is. So, you gotta be willing to draw like you have to have reached that point. And the reason you have to have reached that point is because you need to have reached that point in order to be able to let go, right? The only way that you let go of having to draw something super detailed is when you're like, not fucking worth it. I'm wasting my time on it. It's like, it's a Cain sacrifice. It's like, it's a stupid sacrifice. Why the hell am I doing this, right? But honestly, like, and plus it's like, if you try right now, if you haven't reached that point of objective skill, that if you haven't reached your objective peak, then there's another part of you which says, but maybe I could have done better. Maybe I could have done, maybe I could be a better artist, right? So there's always that other part of you that makes you want to be better. So you have to get over that fucking hill. You literally have to pay your dues and get over that hill so that way there is nothing holding you back from wanting to just say, all right, we can let this slide because it's not worth it. There are more important and more meaningful things, like getting the overall structure and being able to tell an entertaining story and be able to draw storyboards that you as the creator find entertaining. It means that when you're in this rough stage, you're like I look at that face, that's a fucking funny face. All right, these are some funny fucking faces. At the same time, they're very intense, right? I'm like I can look at that and I can put in the voices myself. They're like, oh my god, like that is something that if you're really distracted by trying to make things really pretty, you won't do it. You'll never do it. You just can't, right? It's just, or at least I can't, okay? I can't speak for you. I can speak for me, and that is, I can't fucking do it. I can't do it when I'm distracted by wanting to be better. And in the end, trying to be objectively better that's not my desire. That's their desire. And I would describe they as the mindset that is driven into people that tell you you've got to be more Loomis and you got to be more Bridgman and you got to be more Kim Jong-gi, you got to be more of this amazing artist, right? That is the desire that is planted into you by everybody on YouTube, by all the people who say, "Oh, this is the greatest person, put him up on a pedestal," right? And it will indoctrinate you with the idea that you have to be as good as them, right? And that's not your idea, right? Because and really, like I say, you won't know how good you want to make things until you've kind of spent a little bit of time at the level of the person that everybody's holding up on a stick, and then realize that you actually hate the process. You actually hate the way it is that they do it, right? And the reason why I say is that you're probably going to hate it is because it's a lot of fucking work, And those people who are that good are borderline lunatics. They're crazy because they enjoy that. All right. And maybe, it is a rare lunatic that will actually enjoy that process and want to do that day in and day out. But, most people won't. I'm one of those mere mortals that doesn't enjoy that process. So let's see. Um, the protagonist is simply eating a burger. Suddenly, pink guy pops out of nowhere to save everyone from fruit fly mutants. Oh, hey, David. Can finally draw engine blocks in perspective in 4 hours. You want to show how characters react to situation by showing their personality? Yes. This is like the engine blocks thing. That is objective skill, right? And but the thing is, like, now that you can draw the engine blocks, you're like, but that's not important, right? It's like if you ever needed the detail, you can do it. You know that you can do it, but now, and that's the thing, right? Is like there's anybody who says, like, anybody who's like, how do I explain this? The people who look at these shitty drawings and say, those are shitty drawings, you must be a terrible artist. You can just show them your engine blocks and just say, all right, well, you want to see a weird flex? All right. It's like, look, I can do this stuff. I'm not like, I don't have to though. Right. Like that's why I've done it before. I've done that great kind of stuff. It takes a lot of work. It's not fun. It's not entertaining. Right. So that's the thing. Right. So the pink cartoon octopus with each arm wielding a 6-shooter. Simple sticks, a simple pose. Yeah, exactly. Simple stick figures, simple poses, and emote. Actually, a lot of times these figures are not exactly stick figures. I'll draw them. They're like gingerbread men. They're gingerbread men, and the reason why I draw gingerbread men is because you can actually get some perspective out of gingerbread men. Like if it's a stick figure, right? Like I can't get any perspective out of just a stick, but if I do this, right? Oh, I can get perspective. I can make that arm reach out towards me, right? I can, just by making that a bit larger, right? I can make that arm reach towards me. And then at the stump end of it, I can draw some really crappy hand, right? And it still has perspective. If a person needs to reach out this way or that way, actually that is a reverse. Actually, no, is that a reverse broken arm? No, kind of not. Actually, I could do this there. So what this does is this makes this part close. This makes this near. This makes this near. This makes that far. Right. So that's why I always say gingerbread men, not stick figures. Do gingerbread men because you'll get more control over perspective. Then you can draw a person who's like, and then you can do the same going the other way, and then. And if you draw them like not getting larger or smaller, then it's like, it's hanging straight down. It's time to cue the Sanctuary Guardian music. But, in this case, you can also draw like, bent knees, and you can show that the limb is going off into perspective and then coming back into perspective. So this is why I always say, gingerbread men, because you get more control over the perspective. You can make things come and go in perspective a lot more. So yeah, it's like stick figures. It probably takes maybe a little bit more effort than stick figures, but you get more control because you get perspective. You get perspective and depth, and it's still pretty fucking low effort, like really, really low effort. And so yeah, that's what I always that's what I try and recommend. Gingerbread men. So yeah, okay. So we want to show the scope of pursuit. So yeah, all right. So these. I wonder if I was thinking, okay, so for the scope of pursuit. And you'll know that like you'll notice that what I'm doing is I'm not drawing an action. I'm not sorry, not drawing. I'm not describing an action whenever I draw one of these words out, right? I just say penetration, right? Or I say storage, or I show failure, or something. Like, I'm just trying to, I just use the word of the idea, and the picture just has to communicate the idea. And it's the actions that occur within the picture that also communicate the idea. I just say shadow, right? Breakaway. Like, this is the most raw form of the idea I can think of. It's less specific, right? If I wrote on the underside of this picture, 2 people jump away from an explosion, like, that's more specific. But I prefer the concept of breakaway. This is much more conceptual. It's a little bit more abstract, but it gives people the idea of what it is you're trying to convey. It's less I guess it's less descriptive. It's less descriptive. And so the reason I do that is so that whenever I draw the pictures must be more descriptive. So the scope of pursuit might be, I just want to draw, this big doodly dude, which shows our characters. So, and sometimes it's like, if I'm not sure exactly where to place them, I'll just draw like a couple of beans. And then within those beans, now, like, the thing about the beans is I get the perspective of them. I can see that one guy is ahead of the other, or maybe. And the other thing about the beans is you can bend the beans. So. And then the neat thing about using these beans is that they're large forms which are very compositional. They're very. I don't think. Okay, composition. They're very compositional. I'm misusing the word here, but I'm saying that if you're trying to make a composition, you got to deal with things like staging. You got to figure out, where am I going to put these big shapes so that I can show distance and show a relationship between things, and maybe I want to frame things, right? There's this very abstract sense of where you want to put things and show relatively, is this object really, really close and taking up a lot of the frame, or is it taking up a little bit of the frame and it's really distance, right? There's something very compositional about it, very juxtaposy, it really gives you that sense of depth and perspective and a spatial relationship, and also gives you a sense of size relationship. So that's why I say, like, you draw the bean, because in this case, I just care about how close that thing is smashing into my face, or if it's like a dwindling little teeny speck in the distance. And it's like if you took a housefly, all right? Houseflies are small, right? But if the housefly flies like right into your fucking eye, the thing's the size of a Kaiser bun, right? It's huge. So that's why I say draw the beans, because the beans let you think, how in your face do I want this thing to be? And maybe you don't, right? Maybe you just want these. Sometimes you want a scene that feels very flat. You may want a flat scene. It's not like every single picture needs to be crazy, crazy, crazy in your face, because people will get burned out by that. But if you have something where you start with a flat picture and then you show something crazy, 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 like really in your face, it makes the crazier stuff jump out even more, and makes the flat stuff become even flatter. Or you can do the opposite, right? You can start out with something that's really super overdramatic and in your face, and then jump to like something that's really flat. And oftentimes this is used for like comedic purposes, right? So it's used to show, it's like, okay, this is all just like a mountain in a molehill business, right? And the thing is, like, I might show the scope of pursuit, and do this amazing action sequence, and at the end it just turns out to be, some girl she's being slapping a mosquito. Right? It's like, and it's like we zoom out even further, and it's even flatter, right? So it could be something as simple as that. So, okay, right. So I'm just going to draw, there's this kind of a landscape, right? I want to just treat the surface that they're on as a kind of landscape. And they're trying to depart from this landscape while there are numerous impacts one after the other. And then, once you've drawn those beans, you can, then you can start drawing gingerbread men within the beans, right? Because the bean has given you the overall sense of perspective. And this is a kind of a thing that I've noticed about a lot of when I see a lot of Japanese like the pre-drawings, they call them the name when they work on their like their storyboards for their mangas, right? Like a lot of times they use this kind of gingerbread man look. I've noticed, and so I've kind of adopted that as well. Like it looks useful. And now I kind of know why they do it. And like this is exciting to look at, right? If you're gonna draw like an exciting scene, it should look really exciting to look at, and you can, it's like you're not going to be able. It's hard to do that if you're too focused on the fidelity of the image and trying to make the image all polished. Like polish tends to make people tighten up. Whereas I find that if I do rough things, I want to go, yeah, and I want to blow things out of proportion, which is really good. Yeah. Have I seen fight scenes choreographed by Iko Uwais or Kengan Ashura? Kengan Ashura sounds very familiar. I've probably seen their work and just never put names to them. I'm just going to mute the audio. So we're just going to look at this thing visually. So actually here, we have to like flip through frame by frame because so much happens in a single frame. They jump right at the camera. And then looks like they're going to duck out or, okay, that's pretty cool. And again, you'll notice that there's like a huge different, like when they're up close, things move in large amounts. Like there's this big jumps. And then things slow down at the moment of impact. Especially after like the bigger the hit. Nothing personnel, kid. Yeah, there's a lot of contrast between fast and slow. Whoa, that guy's messed up. There's like, this is great. They cut on the blink. So yeah, it's like they cut on the blink right there, and he's gone. Uh-oh. And let's see. So pull back. He dodges. There's so much of this nothing personnel kid. Nothing personnel kid. Yeah. But again, it's like oh, he took a hit too. I think they're using a fair amount of CGI. Like I think these characters are probably CGI, and then we're seeing that they're toon shaded. There's just something about the way that they move. especially like the hair. Like there's something about that that feels like it's been like that. There's some CGI there for sure. Uh oh. Yeah. Oh, what the? Oh, yeah. Well, the thing about when you're using YouTube is I use the comma and period keys. So those less than and greater than keys can be used as frame step. So I like to frame step. Yeah. Okay, what's our next one? So we got the scope of pursuit and then dodge and impact. Right. So we're gonna have one dodge and impact. So since there is one here, I'm gonna have it come in on this side. So actually, I'm just gonna have it smash down in frame. So a huge mass is just gonna come blasting in here. We need a big proper shadow. No, I'm gonna have the other one behind. So he hasn't been hit, but he's like we just barely see like one of his arms around there. And I'm gonna have him fly around this. Actually, we can draw. This is the other thing, right? It's like arrows. When you draw arrows, your arrows should be like three-dimensional entities. So this way, you know, you can kind of tell dimensionally how they are, you know, where are things going to move through space. Hey, Charles. Like even this, like the eyes, these are very when you say very 3D, right? Like there's something very, it's like if this guy was a D-cell battery, right? You're like that, right? It's like I drew the face and the eyes. Everything's all very D-cell battery. And then also same thing with the arrow. It's like you draw those things very 3D. Like the reason why you want things to be 3D is this way you can tell dimensionally what you're going to do with things as you draw them. And even this, right? Like you can tell things very, very 3D. You should be able to kind of get some idea. Well, not all the time, right? But like I think for an important pictures like this, like important, there's certain important moments where you're going to need it, such as at the moment of impact. So I'm going to draw the other guy coming around. So there needs to be a pause, actually. I'm going to call it regroup. So there's a regroup just before the second impact. Kind of a nervous smile. They got their jetpack or whatever it is. And then one of them is going to be looking up. One of them is going to see it coming. I think of the two, this would probably be the guy that we're focusing on. So we'll have him notice it. We'll have this guy notice it. And he's already looking back. I think what's also really important when you do these storyboards is knowing cartoon language or toonguage. It's really good to know the toonguage because like things like the way these eyes, right? Like there's different ways in which you can draw eyes. And I'd also say that like a lot of manga, there's like a lot more toonguage within manga. And the concept of toonguage, that's a Boichi thing. That's Boichi is the guy. Here we are. Tune plus language, toonguage. That's from Boichi, who does Dr. Stone. He's the guy who draws Dr. Stone and Origin and a bunch of other ones. So when he was talking about things like, you know, like knowing how to come across, you know, it's like he says toonguage. So I'm just saying you got to learn the toonguage. Because earlier I was talking about all the objective stuff, right? You know, how to make things more realistic, having the right poses, having the right perspective, having the right. All this has to be right. All that has to be right. And it's not, it's all stuff that you can put a thumb on, right? And it's almost like the perfect argument, right? It is a perfect argument. It's very hard to argue against things that are objective. It's because it all falls under rational argumentation. But unfortunately, when it comes to entertainment, entertainment, the value of or I should say the effectiveness of entertainment, it's all subjective. It's all very, very subjective. All the things that make entertainment work they're the deep primal structures of humans, or of all living things. All living things have these deep primal mechanisms, like the feeling of being hungry or being bored of a thing or being being sleepy or having to go to the bathroom. Like there's all these urges. I think most people, and myself included, most decisions that are made are heavily influenced. I won't say the decisions are entirely decided by, but they're heavily influenced by the deep primal structures. And so things like tunguage and knowing how to just come across in a subjective manner, it's not an objective thing. And it's like the extra hidden secret sauce that your art needs. That if all you have is objective skill, that won't make you an entertainer. You'll have a lot of good tools, but you won't necessarily have great ideas and you won't necessarily be a great entertainer. And so, yeah, it's like you've got to have the ideas, and the ideas are best expressed with a medium that is not so objective. I got to have this guy kind of like swerve to knock him out of the way. I fucking love this the three lips. Like where it looks like the number 3. I absolutely love this look. Actually, no. He's getting hit from the other side. He's getting hit from that side. I'm going to just firmly plant like a hand. And for this one time only, I will draw a relatively detailed hand, even with fingernails. Oh my goodness. You get the deluxe hand. Like this is the fucking S-class deluxe hand. because I've been drawing so detailed this whole time, right? The one time that I draw like any amount of detail in that arm is like It like looks so detailed, even though really it's like one of the worst. It's still like a pretty awfully drawn hand. I'm gonna draw like a pair of hands. Both hands are gonna like smack him in the face. You get the fucking S-class luxury. These are the luxury hands. Like, okay, look, like you've got to learn how to enjoy the process, okay? And this is why I like some people you can actually learn to enjoy really crappy drawing. I never thought I'd ever say this to myself, but you know, I am. Okay. All right, the rest of this is going okay, no, no, no. All right, all right. We need a little bit more detail. He's trying really hard to push this guy. Okay, there we are. Okay, we can go back to budget drawing now. The moment he's going to save him, he will look very detailed, relatively. You'll even show a little bit of uh, amazing. And like again, the reason why you've got to find a way to draw that is enjoyable, even in these rough, crappy stages, is because if you don't, what will happen is you will have it in your head that you have to rush to the point where you're cleaning up the line work and you're putting in the lighting and the filters and it looks really good, right? It's like you're gonna I try to make a process, try to develop a process where you're able to enjoy every step of the way. That's the only way you make this stuff sustainable. Is you just have to find a way to enjoy every single step of the way, and that includes even the beginning rough stages. So anytime you can find a way to be joking and or find a way to have some joy and fun, you gotta find it, and because they're valuable, right? And I say remember those things, like these little moments are very valuable. It's kind of cool. We can actually see how this guy looks up and then right comes around and smacks him out of the way, and then I think I can draw like we're gonna see a big. Oh yeah, he's been got. He got. In fact, and this is the other funny thing, right? It's like you can draw little things in the. There we are. Thumbs up. Okay, hang on. I really should save this. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm also making sure. Okay, good. That is working. All right, then. We're still good. Oh, and another thing I just want to turn on. I completely forgot. Let's see. Okay, that's set up. That one's set up. Okay, those are all set up. I just forgot to turn on my scene switcher. Okay. So now if I switch to my other monitor, you can actually see what the heck's going on both displays. Good. All right, that's better. It's a good thing it was on the right scene. Well, you guys would have told me anyway, so. All right, we're good. We good. So, boom, he's just been hit, and this guy is like, like I say, I love all of the tunguage. It's for drawing like the teardrops. He's like, what is even happening? There we go. Like, let me put it this way. With this stage, this is to me one of the most entertaining parts of the stage. And whoa. That was quite the vibration. Um like you got to think about what it is you have to look forward to in your animation, right? Like if you're looking forward to just filling in and cleaning up, it's like those to me are formalities. They're formalities. They're meditative. You don't have to think so hard. They're kind of there's a large bulk of work, but I feel like they're not very high intensity work. It's a lot of busy work. It's stuff that you could hand off to. You could hand it off to an assistant, but this kind of storyboarding work, like no. This stuff, it's like you need a good vision for it, and it's not something you can just give to anyone. I'd say it's very important work, even if it's not like the most high skill in terms of the drawing side of things, but it does require a very special mindset. So there we are. That's the right. That's the smash and the push and the glancing blow, and so we can have. And look, the other reason why it's so important to be able to enjoy working on this stuff is because you've got to enjoy working on the thing for the sake of enjoying the process. Like you've got to enjoy the work for the work, not for the amount of retweets you think you'll get, not for the amount of clout you think that this thing will get, not for, like those are all other people's reasons. They're not going to be your reasons for doing this stuff. And if they are your reasons, if your reasons for doing this are for the clout and for the fame you'll get, then you will never be happy. It'll never be enough. It will never be as viral. It will never go as viral as you hope it would. And like I say, you'll just be clout chasing. It's a terrible life. God, exactly. You know what? It's like I feel like if you enjoy just the process of making this stuff, there's actually more instant gratification. There's actually more instant gratification because I mean, I'm not even done this thing and I'm like, I enjoy it. I enjoy the idea. So, that's what I find. Whereas, just when you're about to finish the thing, if you've really spent a lot of time on it, it's like back when I was on social media, it's like I would always think to myself, "Oh yeah, this thing's almost done. I'm gonna get so many likes and faves." That's like the building of the dopamine. Like the brain is just releasing a ton of dopamine right now. Dopamine is not the thing that makes you feel good. It is the thing that makes you build expectations. It is when the thing actually does really, really well that you receive the opiates, right? Like that's when it is. And even then, it's like you get the opiates if it did really well. And what that does is that creates a habit. It forms a habit. So fine, you're going to do it again and you're going to expect it to be just as good, if not better, right? But it doesn't escalate forever like that. And I like that's why I say it's like it's not healthy. It's a form of addiction, really. And and I wouldn't suggest, it's like it's hard not to, right? It's because again, the numbers make it objective. The numbers make it hard to argue against. Like, oh wow, I got like 3,000 people to or 3 million people to like this thing, and really in the end, you're going to think to yourself, months from now, it's like, yeah, that 3 million kind of seems like a distant past all of a sudden, right? It's not like that's going to keep giving you joy forever and ever and ever. On the other hand, if you enjoyed the process of making the art, you're going to think to yourself, that was a really fun production, and I really enjoyed working on it. It's like, as somebody who's worked on a budget television show that we produced weekly, Earth Final Conflict, Gene Roddenberry's Earth Final Conflict, which is on my IMDb. I used to do compositing for that stuff. There was no Twitter at the time. But you know what? It's like, I think of it to myself, we were working really fast and there were some really simple effects, but it's like, man, I did some pretty good effects. It was a job well done. And I can look back at that as like, that was a good time in my life. Yeah, don't do it for fun. You're just going to get crushed by your expectations. Don't do it. It's a ugh, ugh. And I guess that's probably one of the main reasons I was able to leave social media is that I remember the world before it was around, and I remember it to be a happier world. So it's easy for me to leave social media because I can think, yeah, you know what? I'm just going back to happier times. I'm going back to what I know and remember. I like this. We can actually draw, like we can zoom in. This is great, right? It's like, we can zoom in on that little thumbs up, little poignant, that poor little. Actually, there's a bit of more of a, there we are. And then we can just cut to some just nondescript person, and they just go slap. And that's it, right? And that's the end. And I guess the moment we slap, we can have like a slap cut. So it just says there. You've got managed to get to a point where you don't show up in search results. Oh god, it's just like, look, the internet at large is a lot of people that you don't know. Like, they don't know you, you don't know them. They're total strangers. It's not like just because you have 10,000 followers or like 1 million followers, it's like, I mean, how much do you really know them? Right? So it's like they're just completely outside of your Dunbar limits at that point, and like, you're worrying a little too much about how much they like you. It just doesn't seem healthy. And it just seems that a lot of people who are really popular with like millions of people, they're not exactly happy people. Great. So okay. So next thing. I'm just gonna duplicate this. There we are. So for the penetration scene, um, I got to think about where or how I'm going to shoot this thing. And part of me wants to see a vein, and we also have to see the needle as well. And exactly where I want to shoot this thing. Like, I'm almost thinking of like, we're gonna have the site here. Usually, when they draw blood, like, I know that whenever actual medical professionals draw blood, they don't just go in perpendicularly, right? They don't just stab it in there. They actually kind of, well, first of all, they gotta wrap like the tourniquet around your arm, and then they gotta like um stroke the vein to make it pop out, or they gotta like hit it and make one pop out, and then they get the vein. And when they get the vein, they kind of get it in from like an angle. So yeah, so they put like the tourniquet up high, and then they do that. And I'm just thinking, well, okay, maybe we don't, because these are mosquito people, we don't get to see the tourniquet, but we do get to see, maybe they well, there's the part where they have to spray the thing down. So I'm just thinking, like, how would I, this is staging, this next stage, right? This next stage, we have our narrative. We have a pretty strong narrative now. But the next part is staging. And staging is like, think of a stage play. And in a stage play, you have, well, the stage, you know where the audience is. They take various pieces of scenery and they lower these onto the stage, and then they have the lights and they point the lights in certain directions on the actors, and the actors have their lines, and everything is choreographed, right? Like in a stage play, everything needs to be choreographed, and we got to figure out where to put everything. And so I want to figure out the staging of the scene. I want to figure out if we had a piece of real estate, a piece of free real estate, and we're going to figure out, okay, so where would I put everything? And this is another stage that I would perform before I get into storyboards. It's because this way I know spatially where everything is juxtaposed, and I need to know where the dig site is, or in this case, where the injection, or rather the blood drawing site is. So let's say, if we were ever to film this, right, you would have to set up things. Like you'd have to get a bunch of things prepared, a bunch of things set up. All of these stages are preparation, and they're there to make it so that when we do the actual proper work, it goes down with as few hitches as possible, or at least if there is a hitch, it's recoverable. So in this case, if you were to think about what would we do if we had to actually film this as a skit, we would need maybe some paper mache veins to be set up, and we'd need to build the set as well. And our set would be, this kind of weird paper mache structure built on, over maybe a wireframe mesh or something like that. And they would have to set this whole thing up, and it would have to be strong enough for people to actually stand on. Right, this is all the preparatory work, before we can actually get to the point where we get to roll cameras. The part where you actually get to do the animation, that is the part where you're rolling camera. And there's so much that has to be done before that, figuring out where to put the lighting and figuring out all the action sequences. And you're not just going to roll camera, you have to move that camera from one place to the next, and you got to figure out what are the transitions. And if you're doing this in real life, you got to figure out, okay, well, if we're going to zoom in, or we're going to dolly in, or we're going to maybe do a track shot, right? They have to lay down these little mini train tracks so they can put up the big freaking cameras on the train tracks. Or at the very least, they got to figure out, well, this will be a Steadicam shot. They got to rent the equipment. They got to hire a bunch of actors, and they got to get a bunch of lights and cameras and shit, and all the bounce cards and all that stuff. And they got to make sure that all everybody's insured and unionized. And that's all preparatory work. The rolling cameras is like the final thing that is ever done. It's like cooking. You don't just turn on the stove and start throwing whole objects, whole ingredients, whole carrots and whole bunches of celery on the stove. I mean, if you do, it makes for a pretty miserable cooking experience, right? All the vegetables have to be sliced and prepped and washed before you even slice them, cut down to size, sliced, prepped, all the bad parts thrown out. And same thing with the meats. The meats need to be, pre-marinated. Everything needs to be premeditated before you can actually turn on the burners on the stove. So every single one of these steps is there to make sure that while the stove is hot and you got to deal with narrow windows of time where things are done, properly cooked. That's the same thing with animation, is that you want to be able to focus on the drawing of the animation and not have all these other nagging thoughts and things that you didn't think about beforehand. And it's impossible to be 100% prepared. It's good to actually have some flexibility and to be able to make little changes and choices on the fly and whatnot. You don't want to be over prepared, but you do want to have some amount of preparation. Yeah. One thing I could probably say about a lot of YouTube skits, though, is that, some of them, like if, some of those people who do the skits have been doing it for so long that they already know. They already know in their mind what they're going to, what they have to do. So as someone like me who actually does not have a lot of experience doing animation, I would recommend that you first learn how to do these preparations, so you don't, so you get a pretty smooth experience. And then I think the more you do it, eventually the less and less preparation you'll actually need. Or you might find that there are other ways to prepare and to save yourself some time. So, if we had the dig site, I guess in this case, that would be something like this. This is where the needle goes into the vein. But then again, I'm thinking, you know what? It's like, this is what is medically correct, but I'm just going to go with something that is easily understood. So I'm purposely dumbing this down. I am dumbing this down because it looks better on film and it is easier to understand. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this syringe so that this syringe is more like a jackhammer. We're not making a typical medical syringe. This thing has like a foot bar on it, so that you can plant your foot on the thing and then pull up on the plunger. So the thing actually has a foot bar. And this is also the moment where you might do a little bit of production design as well. So the other foot might be resting or planted. But yeah, something like that. Or maybe what I'll do is I'll switch the foot. Yeah, so this way, okay, so let's undo that, roll that back. Instead, I'll make it so that the other foot. All right, so we can put this foot here, and then the other foot can be up here. So I think that just works better. And the thing is that you shouldn't make you should make any of these preparatory stages too clean, because if you make it super clean, your brain will tell you, this is the way to do it. This is the established method, and you must not deviate from it. And it'll turn everything into a formality. It'll just, like, when you're doing everything as a formality, it's like, it's really harsh. It's really hard to deal with. Hey, Yev. Yes. Totally animation time. Or I should say we are staging this whole thing now. Okay, so that is the moment of injection. So. And the other thing is that, you can, because things are poopy, it's okay to kind of abuse the drawings by scaling them down. And there's a lot of things that, you might not normally do if you were illustrating and everything was like cleanly and nicely drawn. It's like, in this case, it's like, no, it's super low res. I'm not too worried about this thing being really. And, I think I still want to draw like this. These legs are a little too normal / human in proportion. So again, this is a bit of production design where I'm like, I'm going to start iterating on the design of that. I'm going to show them like really falling back on it. We'll make them a little bit more amogus. So he's pulling that up. I'm really curious. Like, I need to look at some images of like when they do blood drawing, they use that's not the same. I mean, like the actual device they use. Here it is. It's got that. It's got a vial on it. Yeah. So actually, that's the other thing, right? Is that maybe we don't have to have them pulling up on a plunger. Instead, there's a vial, and what they do is it just comes out on its own. So like because if I remember correctly, like I've had blood drawn before, and that's what they do is like they don't pull it out with the plunger. The plunger is used for injection. The blood comes out on its own. So what they do is they have a vial. They stick that on. It fills up. Then they pull that one off. They stick another one on, and it fills up, and so on. So maybe that's how we do this. Is that we have we can change it for something more like it would still have the jackhammer. It would still have the foot bar on it. So this is a little bit like this. This is production design. It's like this type of trying to figure out the shape of the thing. And I'm gonna show. Yeah, we'll have the blood going up this way. They're actually upside down. And then what I'll do is I'll have it so that they yeah, so we'll draw the stream of blood going upwards instead. So they're upside down on this. And I kind of like that idea, right? Because then later we can flip the thing right side up. I don't know. We might do it like that. Might not. Could be upside down. Or you know what? Maybe it's just maybe we do it all right side up, and it's just there's a whole lot of blood pressure that this person has. Okay. I tell you, well, I could really use a break. I don't know how people manage to do streams for like this long without having some sort of break. Okay. Oh, and there's also the anesthesia. So, whoops. I don't know if we need the anesthesia shot. I just like, and the thing is that we could also do it where, it's like I'm just looking at this thing and thinking, there's some parts we could cut out. You know, we could have it so that while they're working doing this, then the shadow comes, and we can skip on the part where they anesthetize it. We can skip on the part where they screw up. We can just have it where they're drawing blood, and then the hand starts smashing in. So that's the other thing, right? It's like if you cut out a scene, it's suddenly less work, but it also means that you gain something as well, right? It's a trade-off. Is that if you cut that scene, then you can put more effort into the other scenes, right? It's like you got to think to yourself, how pivotal is this particular scene to the whole thing, right? Because ultimately, you're going to want to spend most of your time on the fun stuff. So just keep that in mind. And again, this is the reason why I say doing this sort of production design stuff, it will kind of occur to you. It will start to occur to you that, hey, is this scene really needed? We could probably cut it. Is it going to help? So, right. So what's our next thing? Okay. So there's the storage part. Okay. I have some production design ideas for that as well. So for the production storage, maybe we don't use such large tubes. Maybe they're smaller. So I'll just draw an amogus, a gingerbread guy. Got to have some kind of backpack, which is a combination of, well, he's got to have the jetpack for one thing. An old ass roaster 5000. I don't know how jetpacks work without frying your ass. Okay, I got an idea. We'll make it so that like some kind of jet turbine. We'll have an intake on this bit. And then over here would be the blood vials. I try to keep things really simple because in an animation you're going to have to draw it again and again and again and again and again. So, don't make too much work for yourself. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to just grab something. Okay. Has it really been 2 hours? Holy crap. Oh, yeah. My mom is asking me if I want lunch. I am super hungry. How should we do this, guys? I can bring my lunch up. I'll bring my lunch up and then we'll talk some more about animation. Nope. A while, but okay. All right. Well, actually, lunch is not ready yet. So the last time I checked the donation for the PayPal, it was at 2032. It's and that was when we just started. So it's jumped up to 2137. So that's that's like exactly 105. Thank you guys. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, so right, so there's our blood storage device. Okay, let's see what else I have to work on. Okay. So we need to show one of these units being taken out of the syringe and then placed on like in its storage unit. I think the way that I'll do it is a little blood capsule like this. And it just kind of slots in sideways. Okay. I think those are the main things that I had to come up with. And then we can figure out what their actual suits would look like. I'm going to figure out how it is that I want to draw them. I think it's also important to say that like even like I wouldn't count these as like there are some places in like professional studios where they'll do model sheets, but that's only because they're trying to ensure consistency. But if you're just doing like a short, like you don't have to be on model all the time. Hmm. It's like if you have a large budget, you know, great, go for it. In this case, I've got like my budget is zero, so you know I'm going to appropriately scale And the other reason why is because I just know that um, how much fun do you want to have when you're drawing? Like, how much fun do you want to have doing the production? And to me, I find that I have the most fun when I draw little poopy things and I get things moving, right? When things are moving more, I have a lot more fun. So, if you really enjoy lighting, if you really enjoy drawing lots of effects and stuff, hey, great, more power to you. But, I don't like, I don't have that energy. And besides that, it's like, this is a one person job. Like, this thing that I'm doing is one person. We're getting some, what was it? Big Hero. Get some Big Hero vibes. Like, everything's got a cost. And I think the reason why a lot of productions fail is just they didn't they didn't they didn't anticipate the costs effectively. Here we are. That's a lot better. Yeah, we'll literally just draw the faces on them like that. Keep it really simple. It's almost like you have to learn how to get out of the way of your own work. And what I mean by that is you have some initial ideas about how it is that the work should be done. And, you have certain ideas about the quality and certain ideas about how it should be done and, what you want to work on first. And these are all, your initial conceptions of how the thing should be done and what you want out of it. And then there's the actual reality of how things go down, how the work actually turns out, how entertaining it actually is. Like, that is what is actually produced to me. That is the real thing. And so, like, when I say you have to get out of the way, you have to get out of the way of yourself or get out of the way of the thing that you're producing, right? The thing that is actually produced, right? The real thing. That's what you've got to get out of the way of. And you have to look at your own production and see how it's shaping up and know when it is you are in the way of it. And what I mean by being in the way, like an example of being in the way of your own production might be you're taking way too long on a thing because you're trying to perfect it and trying to polish it in a place that isn't necessary, that no one will know or care about, right? Like that's a perfect example of being in the way of your own production because you're trying to adhere to a standard that you've given to yourself. Because, oh yeah, I've seen way better art than that. I could draw art as good as that. Yes. Remember, not stick figures, gingerbread men. It's just one level up from stick figure, but it'll give you more sense of perspective. And what's important is not how it looks; it's how it reads. So by read I mean how it is interpreted. I already like I'm looking at these guys and it's like I like them, right? It's like it's not finished work, but I have some idea of how they feel, how they come across. And like I like this very simplified blood drawing device now. Like I really like that too. Um and of course, I would even consider these drawings to be fairly polished because they're already like they're pretty clean, and I can see myself drawing even messier versions of them. Right? The fact that there's not like giant gaps between all of these different stages is good, right? It means that it's like okay. You know what? Maybe we don't have to show the vein. We can just show the device being plunged in. The fact that it's filling with a red liquid is good enough. Get into it. The thing about NFTs is that there's like I think it's called a gas cost or something. So like even if I wanted to make, put even if I wanted to create NFTs of my own work, it's like I'd have to pay the gas costs. I was like, and then you know what the other thing is I've only ever made artwork. Like, no, that's not true. But I feel like I still like making art for its own sake. And the thing is, I don't do commissions anymore. Like the art that I make is not really for sale anymore. It's just I'm thinking about whether or not I want this. You know what? We'll keep this abstract. We'll keep this abstract. So it means that we'll draw, if we want to draw injection, we'll just draw a line like this. And I'll have another thing. So I guess I'm on a separate layer right now. I'll just draw this with a different color. I'll have it come in at a slight angle. Yeah. And we will be reusing drawings like whenever possible. It'll be. I think, in fact, I may even skip the next storyboard stage just because I think if you have too many stages in between, it can wind up like stagnating the work. It might be over preparation. So I'm going to try doing a little bit of the animation right now, but we'll keep it super rough. If anything, I'm treating this as an animatic. So there we go. So there's our injector. Okay. And I'm going to need another frame of this, except let's turn on my light table. We'll draw it. All right, so I'm going to have it, poke in like that. Right. And I'm just going to animate. Let's see, we're going from that to that. There. We'll throw in one more frame. I want to see exactly where on this. Okay, so right there. We're drawing the skin indenting. All right, so that's going to go all the way down, and I think I'll throw in one more frame just to have it slow down a bit just before it bottoms out. Nice thing about drawing it abstract like this is really easy. Like I'm literally just drawing the animation of 2 lines. Oh, and maybe 1 frame here. Okay. This just lets me space it out, like really control that spacing. All right, there we are. And then I can just take that same picture of the needle right, so let's see. I'm gonna push it down, and then maybe it's gonna spring back like up to here. Yeah, so it's gonna go down. We're gonna take this frame here. We're gonna dupe that. So let's just copy this image. We'll jump to the end, paste this frame in. Didn't I paste keys? Paste images, insert. Oh, here we are, paste images. All right, so that's gonna go down, then it's gonna spring back up like that. But I need it to spring. We'll take these other two frames, copy those. We'll just paste them here and then reverse them. All right. So we look at that, that's going to go down and then it's going to go up. All right. And then we can take the needle. Let's bring that all the way in. Okay. So needle is going to be stationary here all the way up to there. Hang on, wait a second. Okay, now I got to back it off, right? So I'm just going to manually slide it up. Whoops, wrong frame. Okay, go back one frame. Go back a frame. Back another frame. Back another frame. I'm gonna have to slide that a bit over. Oh, too much. There we are. So let's play that. So we're going frame by frame, that goes down, and then the stuff pulls back up. Now it looks like here, I'm gonna slide that over a bit. That's better. There we are. So if we turn off the light table now, you can see how that works. And then I can erase. I'm doing good, Geen loggers. All right, there. And then I can erase. Oh, wrong layer. That's the one. All right. Erase that. Yeah. So now you can see how that light goes down and up. Oh, I should hold that animation right there. And I was just thinking, I need to redo the animation for just the needle, like the sliding animation that I have. Because this part here, I need the inner wall, the inner wall cylinder as well. Right. So I'm just going to create a new layer. Actually, no, I don't even need that new layer. We're just going to, oops. We're just going to stretch that animation across again like last time. All right, here we go. Keep that frame. And then if it scoots out to the side, I just gotta push it back. That's better. This way the needle is following, it's a much more linear path. Good. Oh, I can even take that and push it up a bit. There. I almost kind of want to make it so that when this needle stabs down at this point, that I'm going to hold this frame of the flesh. And then I'm going to hold it for maybe, let's see. I'm going to have a boot come in and step on this thing, and I'm going to have the thing turn left and right a little bit. Or maybe the boot's going to get in there and it's going to like shove it down a bit. So that means that this thing is going to slide down. There will be a pause of a few frames. Then a boot's going to come in and dink, dink, dink. So I need another layer here. So there's going to be a slight pause. We'll have a boot. All right, here we can have the boot. And this is the other thing, right? If you're just going to use like slide type animation, you can actually put in a fair amount of detail into the drawing because you only have to draw it once. And this is the anime way, which is, it kind of combines illustration with animation. Whereas the Disney style animation is to try and redraw every single frame. Let's look at I want to look at like an astronaut's boot. So we're going to go kind of detailed, like a little higher detail on this just because it's okay, there we are. Got some real lunar overshoes. Top of this boot looks like that guy's chin from Marvel. You know, the guy who was after the Infinity Stones. You know, the nice thing about using references, you don't have to use your imagination. It's very liberating. I can just copy what I'm seeing on the Google images. It's like, for a lot of people looking at reference, like, oh, I don't want to do the work. That takes time. I'm like, no, it saves you time. It's funny. There's so many so many of these little things that you can do that they sound on the surface like work, but it's like, no, it actually saves you time in the end. Now, do I want to draw the left foot or the right foot? We ran into the same issue. In fact, you know what? It's like, is that the left foot or the right foot I'm looking at? It's kind of hard to tell. honestly, I can't tell that they look the same. Like, it's really easy for me to just swap this on that side. This is what I mean by being flexible, right? Is that like, we can fade it in when it actually makes contact. So there's no need for me to go and draw everything with crystal clarity. I think like a lot of the new anime, you can kind of tell when they're starting to use like CGI, and I don't know. I'm half and half on it. It's like I understand why they do it. Then they can do some really complex stuff, but sometimes it's like you can tell it's CGI. You can tell they're like 3D rendering some parts. And it's like I think what the problem is when I see them use CGI. And I'll give like a good example. Like there was I think it was called A Farewell to Arms. There was like there's this one animation that it was like a short and it was really cool. It's like I think it was called A Farewell to Arms or something like that. Let me see if I can find the actual short piece. Yeah. Yeah, it was called Short Piece. It was like it was a collection of three animations, and like one of them was like really really high detail, and they definitely used some CGI for some of the mechanical parts like the robots and whatnot. And very detailed models. The rendering looked really good. Certainly looked like if you looked at a still of it, it would have felt like you're looking at a drawing. But it's in the way these things move. And you can just tell that it's CGI because everything on it is so rigid. Everything on the robots or anything on the vehicles that moves is very rigid. And if you've seen, like, let's say, a real tank rolling around, it's not like that. Like, when the tank goes over the dunes, you can see the thing has shocks, and you can see, like, the wheels are, like, individually acting, and you can see, like, the treads are kind of wobbling and flapping around, and there's lots of loose parts on the vehicle, including the tank turret, and all these things are all jointed and flopping around, and it, even though it's a metallic rigid object, the way that it moves is not rigid. And I think that's one thing that's kind of missing. Plus the fact that everything is so precise, because everything on the CGI model is so precisely rotated and moved. It's almost like an uncanny valley effect, because your brain sees all that stuff is like precisely linked together. And what happens is your brain suddenly jumps into this mode where it starts looking for flaws. It's like if something is too realistic, your brain thinks that, okay, I'm being presented with reality. Now, what is deviating from what I should really be seeing? And then, it starts to deconstruct. Which is, I think, also what happens with the uncanny valley, right? It's like people think that if they see a person that's too realistic, like a drawing of a person that's very, very realistic, then the brain switches over into, oh, I'm looking at objective reality. Wait a minute, something's not right. And so it starts to get thrown off. Whereas if you're looking at a drawing and people say, like, if the brain says, okay, I'm looking at a drawing, I'm looking at at something that is not real, but it's a symbolism of something that's going on, then the brain's like, okay, well, I can just relax and I'm seeing something that is incomplete. I'm seeing incomplete detail. So let's turn on the imagination and fill in the gaps. And so the brain now starts working in a forgiving mode. So that's probably the best way I can describe the uncanny valley, is that your brain either says, I'm looking at something with missing detail and it's time to forgive and to use the imagination to fill in the blanks, or I'm looking at real stuff. What's wrong? Where are things going astray? And your brain will switch into can easily be switched to either. Yeah. The anime way is to draw something detailed and then to slide it around. Right? It's like whenever they have a person who's very, very realistic and they're on like, they'll do something where they take the guy and they'll pose him and they'll go, and they like slide him across on the chair. They take like really, anime, they'll often take these really good, realistic, or I should say detailed images, and then they'll slide them across the image. Right? Whereas Disney redraws every single, they may hold frames for like, on 2s or 3s or 4s or whatever, but they'll never take just a flat image and then slide it across. So I'm going low budget. I'm like, no, we're just gonna. So let's see. So there's a bit of a pause. There's the foot where it is stepping on that thing. Okay, so I have to bring the foot back. So I gotta split this up into. All right, so we're gonna slide that. And I got to do this over a number of frames. So actually, you know what I should do is I should not fight against the medium. Here we are. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm animating in reverse. Oops. Oh, and also at this point, I could probably draw in like that little bit there. Oh, and I want to see my light table because this way I can see my spacing. Right, there we are. And one more. So we play it backwards, that foot, Yeah. So, okay, so let's reverse these frames. I think I just reverse selected images. Okay, there we are. So then we're going to see that thing comes down, then the foot, boom. And then I'm going to make it so that there's a bit of a pause here. So we'll have a few frames before. All right, so. Great. Okay. Now, I'm going to draw one more frame. Yeah, so we're going to take this here. I'll copy that image. I'll merge this image with the next one. So I need to split this layer. Where is it? Split layer, yes. Oh, no, how about this? Split layer, done. Then I can take this one, I can merge it down with that one. All right, so these two have been fused together. And now I'm going to push that down a bit. I need to buy a little more time. Okay, so I can make that, but return. So once that thing starts to go up, now I can. Okay. Boom. And then I can now. Oh, that's my mom. Oh, she's bringing lunch up for me. Oh, okay. Okie doke. Thanks, Mom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm eating lunch at my desk. Mom has cooked. Oh, nice. I got some nice dumplings and rice and beans. Beans were grown in the garden. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it's hot. Oh. Mmm, mmm, mmm. Mmm. Thanks, Mom. It's really good. Yes, Mom's the best. Yeah, we have an intercom system. Look, guys, seriously, if you live with your mom, get an intercom system. It means that she doesn't have to like bust into your room or like it doesn't have to be a big surprise. There will be times where there were times where I was often playing music really loud on my headphones and I couldn't hear a darn thing. And so we got the intercom system and I tell you, it just makes life here so much better. Mm. Mm-hmm. You know, today and yesterday we were having a tree removed, and so we had some arborists who were going around who were going up, and actually it's just one of them, and he's got like a support crew as well, but one person on the tree at a time. And so yeah, I got to see some pretty cool, um, pretty awesome. Like guy climbs up there. There's kind of a routine where they have to defoliate the branch that they're about to take down, or the limb of the tree that they're going to take down. So they have to defoliate it. So they got to go up there with like a small saw, cut down the branch, the small branches, send those down, and then they also secure a line to the branch. They have a pulley at the very top, and so the rope has to go from the ground all the way up to that pulley, and they secure it to a branch. And then when they cut the limb off, which has already been defoliated, they have to cut it in such a way that the limb does not pinch the chainsaw. Because if you cut it from below, then yeah, it's going to hinge towards the chainsaw. It will pinch your chainsaw, and your chainsaw will just get stuck. So you got to cut it from the right direction. And also, they may leave a bit of wood, like a little bit of bark and wood, that acts like a hinge. and it causes the branch to swing a certain way. They may also have an additional control line that somebody is putting tension on to make sure that the thing swings away from the hoses or in the direction that they want it to go. And really fascinating to watch. And it kind of dawned on me, like, these people, every time they set up a branch to be cut or a limb to be cut, they're setting up a machine. They create a little machine, and the machine may involve a pulley with ropes. It may involve some hinging as well. They'll cut out wedges from certain things to create hinges in certain ways. And so they're making like temporary machines which are designed to break apart in a controlled fashion. That's what this job is. And they actually spent, like, whenever they arrive, they kind of look at the tree, and like each tree is its own crossword puzzle or Sudoku puzzle. Is that there's a certain order in which you want to be taking down the limbs. You're going to be using some of those limbs as footholds, so you might not want to cut them away right away. You know, you're ultimately going to be cutting away all of your footholds, but you know, you want to cut them in the right order. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no. I don't have any tinnitus yet, and actually, you know what? I play a lot less music nowadays. But also, I was gonna say, some of the cuts are more static. So a static cut would be when you cut it, the branch doesn't begin really moving that much. Um, the 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 person who's doing the sawing up there may actually have to stop the saw and then push the piece off to make it begin toppling. Um, and then there are some which are, I would call them dynamic, meaning that while they're in the process of cutting, the weight of the limb will tear itself free of the tree, and then that part begins swinging around in a controlled fashion. But it's like they have to control it during the swing, and there's the ground crew is also like they're holding some of those control lines, and they're puppeteering the limb on its way down. I also, it's funny, I always get these little bursts of insight from like mundane things. Um, I'm starting to understand why slice of life is like an interest. Why there's a lot of slice of life manga in Japan, because it's like I'm starting to find insight in some of the most mundane things. Like, look, a couple days ago I went to McDonald's, and I hadn't been to McDonald's in a long time, and they've changed things a lot, you know, due to the whole unspecified disease of unspecified origin. In the olden days, it used to be you go up to the register, you look at the menu, you decide what you want, you give your order to the person, you give them their money, and you know, you wait for your order. Now, instead, what they have is a kiosk system where they have something which is like a big touch screen. It's a giant cell phone, okay? It's running an app. It's got a giant cell phone, and you know, using the thing is not that bad, right? It's actually, I got some nice pictures up. Makes it easy for me to choose what I want. I punched in my order, and I figured the thing printed out a slip for me, with a number on it. And I figure, okay, great. My order's in the system. I just gotta wait now. Wait for my number to come up on the screen. I waited for about maybe 10 to 15 minutes. And I was wondering, something's not going on. Something's not right here because my number's not coming up on the screen at all. It's not even queued up. Something's not right here. And it turned out that, well, I was paying by cash, and it's like they hadn't taken my money yet. So the thing is that they have to take your money before they can put the order in the system. So the thing is that my order was not complete at that moment. Like that it was not in the system yet. Like, not exactly. There's kind of a missing step. And so I had to actually go to the cash register, give them my slip of paper, and then they would charge me, and then things were set in motion. Right? I fucked up. And then it just occurred to me, look, McDonald's is very systemized. Okay, I'm not going to bag on them. I'm not going to say, oh, they should. It's like, no, look, I'm not going to bag on them. They are a model of efficiency. I think it's a good idea what they've got. I think that maybe it should have been a little bit more obvious when I look. To be fair, on the receipt it says take this to the nearest. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it didn't say take it to the orders counter. It did not say anything like your order is not yet complete until you have paid. Like, it doesn't. There wasn't anything that explicitly. It told me what the next step was, but it wasn't very obvious. And on the screen, it wasn't exactly obvious either. Like, you would know it if you knew what to look for, but if you weren't like super aware of it and you were used to the old way of doing things, it might trip you up. You might get tripped up. All right. A numbnut like me got tripped up. Okay. Because I wasn't paying enough attention. Because things are different, and when things are different, you should pay more attention. So it occurred to me, though, that McDonald's is very, very systemized. Like, everything is down to timers. When they get told, like, there's a little beeper that tells them, okay, you got to drop the fries into the oil at this particular time. Then there's another beeper that tells you when you got to take the fries out of the oil. There's a lot of blue binder procedure, meaning you've got these procedural manuals in blue 3-ring binders that tell you exactly what it is that you got to do. Everything is very, very systemized. But now that we're punching in things at the kiosk, it seems that this system, which is very good at systemizing employees, must now also systemize a new kind of employee, the kind of numbnut employee like me that strolls in the front door, that we're going to be a part of this machine. Because every single customer that walks in there is like a numbnut employee that needs to be trained, and because now they are participating as part of the machinery of this fast food service. And the thing is that whenever you tell an employee to do a job, you have to tell them like everything that they must do. Like, especially at McDonald's, right? There are a certain number of steps, and you must not skip a single one. And I tell you, man, I might need a beeper to tell me to make sure I bring that slip of paper to the cash register, because it didn't register in my mind. Like, I swear, maybe I need like a little blinky light or something like that to tell me, like, damn, I fucked up. Like mom called me to ask me, it's like, hey, are you okay? It's like, is everything all right? And I said, yeah, Mom, don't worry, I fucked up. But I think that's interesting because, I talk about this as being, insightful, because what's insightful about it is that, well, yeah, every time you deal with any customer, if there are any stages which the customer must perform, if you make a manual or something like that, like you've got to treat the customer like, maybe they're like an employee of sorts, right? Except they're the employee that pays you. And they do need to follow certain procedures, and that means that it is partly upon you to also make sure that they receive adequate instruction. And whenever you create instructions for people, you take on a certain set of assumptions. There's another piece of insight that I got from that. I mean, I had one job: take the fucking slip over to the cash register and pay up. Okay, so the other piece of insight is, people always say knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. The more you know is, knowing is half the battle. Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, yeah, but I tell you, the other half the battle, and it's also extremely important. It's actually awareness. Like, just and what I mean by awareness is just being like awake and like knowing, oh, reading this little slip on paper and not just like shelving it in the back of your brain. It's like, what does this thing actually want me to do? It's hard to be aware sometimes. Being awake and not just being a creature of habit, that's difficult. And I don't care how well educated you are, how much time you've got, working on programs or doing really highbrow smart things. Like, look, if you're not aware, you can still do really stupid things. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, it's absolutely good for like high traffic areas, and so you won't have long lines. And like, I think it's a good system. I think it's a really good system. It's a good idea what they have. It's just, I think the system's new, and they need to test it with idiots like me. And I guess, I guess they didn't get someone who's, well. Look, I didn't see a single person. Like, they had quite a few people there, and none of them had any problems. So, I'm the odd one out. So this thing needs to be timed out, meaning we need to make some of the pauses. We need to introduce pauses into this, but I'm liking it so far. Oh, right, exactly, right. A lot of people would using you can pay using just a credit card at the kiosk. I was using cash. Yeah, self checkout. These self checkout systems are you're participating. You're participating in this system, and it is like a little mini job, or at least a mini game. Don't worry. Give this thing another 5 years, and everyone will just be paying with their retina scan. And then buddy old me is going to show up. It's going to ask me for my retinal scan, and then it's going to go, foreigner detected, no retinal scan on record. And then they'll carry me off. Warning, a minimum social credit score of 5.0 is required in order to order from McDonald's. Your credit score is 4.97. A social a security associate shall be shall be by momentarily to assist you in leaving the premises. Mm-hmm. Fat percent scan. A body was it a BMI scan? All right, here we are. I guess it's like I always want like I really like for people to be able to, think for themselves because I think about all these wonderful ways to systemize something, which, can definitely it can save us a lot of time. It can, mechanize the process and we don't have to worry about it as much. We can establish these things. But I feel like if you're lacking in people who actually think for themselves, then there's like a whole bunch of ways in which this can go wrong. And the only kinds of people who can, push back, the only kinds of people who can push back against something that's been very, very systemized is people who think for themselves. That's about it. Like if you're just happy with something coming along to wipe your bottom, like some AI bottom wiping robot, it's like if you're happy with that, it's like you're not going to be the kind of person who can push back against any kind of system. And it's not even just a matter of pushing back against a system. There's I think his name was Buckminster Fuller. He had a pretty good saying, which was, "You can't fight a system. Like it just never works. The best thing you can do is make a better system that is so good it renders the old one obsolete." So, and that's the thing, is that the only people who can make anything new are people who think for themselves. Then I'm going to grab these frames. We'll throw in a new layer, paste them back in, flip them. There we are. Now that they're flipped, I can just bring those over there. So there, and then we can take that foot off of the thing. Oh, and I can grab this frame, copy that image. There we are. So you can see, like, we can just reuse, like, I'm just reusing, like, so simple. I'm just reusing the drawings. But you can get a lot of, like, you can get a lot done just by reusing images, by sliding them around. Like, it's really simple. So that boot can go up, and then I can actually begin showing the fill up effect. So let's see, is there anything I'm missing here? Okay, so yeah, let's throw in a new layer. This one will be on multiply. We're just gonna, that goes in, and then that goes up. Okay, so right around, yeah, okay, so this is the frame that I want the blood to start appearing. Whoops. Okay. Here we are. This is the. I love doing stuff like this. It's like it's really simple. All right. Getting tricky because we have multiple kind of jets or flows to follow. So and I'm going to try and make it follow gravity. Whoops. I know I've gotten very quiet because I'm trying to focus on this. become so angry with Java that you write Lisp layer over it instead of switching to C sharp. I feel like automation is something that it's something that I think that people should get used to doing, on a personal level, and not something that should be delegated. Meaning, don't leave everything to someone else to do it for you. And and at the very least, if you ever do delegate things to other people, make sure you're delegating to people who have a stake in the outcome. And by a stake in the outcome, meaning that if the outcome is negative for you, it is also negative for them. It means that they would have a particular interest in making sure that, it's going to go well for both parties. I'm trying to treat it as if there's still a central jet of fluid being shot up from the center stylet. Ah, crap. I'm trying to maintain the same fluid volume. The only way that you're going to know how much is like you have to like I've got this mouse wheel here. The mouse wheel lets me roll through the animation. So the only way you're going to know is you have to flip it. And then I can tell, oh, that's kind of canting to the right. I need to add a little bit more. This is like it's a bit like stop motion or claymation almost. It feels a bit like that. Oh, I think I got rid of too much material. Again, it's kind of like each one. Every time you do an animation with a different subject, it's like its own little crossword puzzle or Sudoku. Is that it's like there's a different solution, a different problem to be solved, like a different set of challenges and problems to be solved. Just like how the arborists have to solve a different tree every time. Things have to be done in a different order. And yet they still need to use the same routines to make the temporary machines that the temporary self deconstructing machines. Really crazy once you think about it. Like if you think really deeply about it. You know what's really good for learning how to do this stuff is if you've seen a lot of like slow-mo guys stuff, anything like that, any kind of slow motion footage is really helpful with trying to understand how things behave, how fluids behave, and lava lamps, a bit like lava lamp. No, in fact, I have a lava lamp. And I'm actually thinking that we might even cut early from this. Like we don't have to show the whole thing filling up. We can just show this thing. God, that looks really good. We're on 24 FPS. It's like, wow. Like 24 FPS on hand-drawn animation looks really good. It's like the 60. It's like, I know the gamers play at 60, but you know, in terms of the animation world, like doing 24s on like doing ones, you know, if you're animating on ones on 24s, that's like the 60 FPS. That's like the creme de la creme. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let it go as far as letting we're gonna have that little blob crash down because we just need to animate that. And then after that, we'll cut away. But I'm not gonna show the whole thing filling up. That's like that would take a lot of screen time, and it's just not necessary, right? It's like that you have to understand, like that's every time that we spend every moment that we spend working on this particular phase of the animation is time that we can't spend somewhere else. And we have an animation to do. But yeah, it is looking very nice. And like that's enough reason for me to keep working on this, right? Like that's enough reason for me to see this thing through to completion. Is like, damn, I just like seeing some nice hand drawn animation. Something something beautiful about it. If you don't know what next to draw, then you need to flip the animation. That will tell you. You don't have to worry about everything being super slick and cleaned up either. And this is all this animation you're seeing here. This is all straight ahead. So there's like keyframes. What keyframes? Straight ahead means that um, you don't have like another keyframe ahead of this one that you're interpolating towards. And straight ahead, usually means that like things can kind of get all wonky and they can shift around, and it's hard to control the volumetrics. But I mean, I just like the spontaneity of it and how lively it looks. Right? It's like, yeah, it's less correct, or it's harder to be perfectly correct, but I like the motion it produces. I'm trying to draw like another subterranean jet rising up. Yeah. This program. This is TVP Paint or TVP Animation. Yeah. It's like, yes, everyone drink. It's like this stuff is mesmerizing and it's a lot of fun to work on. and it's fun to watch as well. It's like and this is the thing, right? Like this isn't even the cool part of the whole idea, right? Like I'd say everything is, but the thing is that it's still fun to look at. Like it's just blood filling a test tube thing, a sample container. That's like what? It's like a second. It's like 1 second of blood filling a container. And then we can zoom out of this. That's like the first scene. Scene one's done. Yes, the software is not cheap. Like a few thousand, 1,000 or so. It's funny seeing it in this little preview here. But I mean, there's other animation solutions out there as well. You don't have to use TV Paint. Like I'd say a lot of what makes the software work for you or not, are things like how is the layer management, whether or not you've got things like a easy frame forward, frame back, that kind of thing is useful. Being able to hold a frame of animation, for instance, like when you see the boot, right? Like this, sorry, not the boot, but rather when you see this part, right? Like this part where it's stepping on, like here where we're like stepping on the end on the syringe, right? Like that's just sliding the whole part around. If it's easy to do that. I mean, I like TV Paint because I'm just very used to the workflow. I was able to customize everything to my needs. But I would say that the best piece of the best animation software is always going to be the one you're most used to, the one that you can really, if you can tune it to your needs, if you can really customize it, then that makes it better. And that also means that you have to actually spend some time with the software, and you have to spend some time working with it. And then when you work with it, you're like, okay, I've done like several hundred frames of animation, and this thing was a pain in the butt. So I'm going to take that thing that was a pain in the butt and I had to do it many times over again. We're going to turn it to a macro, and then that's going to make it easier for me, right? Like that's the thing, is that anytime, if the software allows you to take the repetitive actions that you have to do over and over again, and it lets you automate them, that's the mark of good software, right? It's like you need something where it's not just easy to pick up and use, but it's also easy for you to modify to your needs and to your workflow. So, and TV Paint, I find like that's why I like it so much, is because I've been able to modify it to my needs. Runs pretty fast. Runs very fast. It handles the animation. Handles that 24 FPS just fine. I'm running at 1920 by 1080. Handles it just fine. Good enough for my needs. The brushes and whatnot are pretty responsive. But yeah, workflow is like really, really, really important. And the thing is, the workflow is good because I made it good. I went into they kept things open enough for me to be able to modify things, modify all the hotkeys, and set up my own custom brushes and whatnot. And I have various other pieces of software that I'm running, like auto hotkey scripts. I have a Razer Nostromo, which I'm also using I've got hotkeys mapped on that thing as well. I modified my Wacom driver. I stubbed my Wacom DLL, and that's now using some custom stuff. So really, like you have to make the software good. Oh, I think I see a problem here. I see a little artifact. Oh, there. You see that little piece of poopy? And it's crept into a bunch of frames. So if I erase that and I go to the next frame, it's there. But if I press the Enter key, it will reapply the last maneuver I just performed, it will repeat the brushstroke, so I can just step through all those and get rid of that little poopy that I threw in there. Okay. Uh-oh, poopy. Poopy's gone. Good. Just avoid Adobe Animate if you aren't already. Adobe Animate, that was Macromedia Flash at one point. Yeah, that is a kind of an issue I have. Is I don't like I think that Adobe Animate or Flash is a really like they were really good pieces of software, but then they did some, they turned it into a subscription. So it's like they're going to constantly nickel and dime you, even though, you might not need any more improvements of the software. And didn't they do some really like underhanded? I remember something like that had to do with them wanting to like claim ownership over people's works or something like that. Yeah, so like it wasn't for this is just something I'm doing for I'm doing it. I would have said that I'm doing it for fun, but then at the same time it's more like, no, I have some friends in Louisiana who are their house was wrecked by Hurricane Ida, and so they have a PayPal up, and I'm just trying to get some attention on their PayPal. That's why there's like a link up there. But in the meantime, I give you guys a good reason to actually look at to actually like my way of getting the link out there is to not go on Twitter, but rather to host a live stream of animation. Like otherwise I wouldn't be animating at all. Otherwise I'd be just kicking back and relaxing on a weekend. But then it's like, no, I want to help my friends out in some way. So I'll just do this animation. It's fun stuff. I'll have fun while I do that, and then I'll just host their link on the video and maybe get some more visibility on that. And maybe they can let's see where are we at now? We're at 2032 before we started. And it's gone up some more. It's gone up another 30. Yeah. Nice. So I mean that's good. This is very good. This is done a little like that's very good. I'm really happy. I'm like, good. I was like thinking, we get like 100 or whatever, and it's already past 100. I'm like, this is great. Everything else that we get from now on is like that's nice. That's good. So good. And the thing is that like we got, we've had 732 people watching. And we've got 15 concurrent viewers, which is actually better than I've had on Twitch in a while. So, I mean, like I say, it's like I'm just going to be running these things on Saturday until either that 26-day time limit is up or until their fundraiser is complete. Rip and tear until the job is done, as they say. So, yeah, I mean, it's good. I've been wanting to get back into animation for some time now. And yeah, that's why I'm doing these. So, and the thing is, look, is like this idea that I have will probably not all just be done in a day, right? Like this, let's be honest. Okay, I got the first scene done, right? And now we have to do the part where they pluck off the full capsule and then they plant it on the guy's back. So yeah, these are my crappy storyboards which I worked out today. So chances are, every time I'm gonna just keep coming back to this week after week. But I mean, I started at like 1 p.m. So, we'll animate for several more hours. I think I'll probably be going till, let's see, it's almost 5. Well, maybe I'll go till 6 or 7. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how much energy I have left in the tank. I don't want to completely traumatize myself and dread coming back to this. I would actually like to keep, stay positive doing this. So I would rather do shorter sessions and do it more regularly. Do it regularly every week. And like I said, it's just you got to pace yourself, man. Slow and steady wins the race. Don't traumatize yourself over it so that you're like, ugh, right. And then the other thing is, think about how productive you are, right? If you find that your productivity is starting to drop off just because you're too tired and you're not focusing, then yeah, don't force it. It's like it's a marathon, not a sprint. So, like that's how I'm going to treat this. I mean, a lot of the time I spend a lot of the time on the planning, right? And so, at least the next time I come back to this, it'll just be straight in animation. So, yeah. But I think I still got another hour in me, and I mean, I got to use the bathroom, but then after that, I can just come right back here and keep on trucking. Right. So that's the first scene. So I guess what I can do in this case is that's the first scene, which you can see animated there. And then I can just add another frame or add another project. So the way that TV Paint works, oh, hang on. Sorry. I know you guys can't see that unless I do this. Right. So this is the first animated scene. That's my production design. And then these are my storyboards. And these are my warm-ups, which we don't really actually have to keep. And the thing is, this is all saved in one TV Paint document. So then when I do the next scene, which is where they actually, we get to see these two people, like, I'm going to fill that thing up all the way. This thing's going to fill all the way up, but we'll see it from a distant angle, and then they'll pluck the thing off and they'll put it on one of their backpacks. So I think that's what this scene will be here. Oh, you're looking for the if you're looking for the crosshair software, then what is it? Let's see let's see how my search result. Look at that Windows full screen crosshair utility for artists. Wow, I'm even 11 years ago. And it has fewer views, and yet it's still doing well. Maybe it's because my search results are going through an algorithm. I think my search results are probably heavily modified. They're skewed towards me. So here, I'll give you guys the link. It's the Windows full screen crosshair utility for artists, and this thing I have actually continued to update it. And so, let's see if I tell this thing to sort by newest first. There we are, 1 week ago. So, or actually, let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Yes, so 3 months ago was the last update. Here, I'll just give you the link. There you go. And then if you look in the description, expand the description, and you'll find all the downloaded version, all the different versions, or many of the versions, all the different concurrent versions. In case there's a version that has a feature that you don't like, or you find that there's a breaking bug or something, so you can access the history of downloads. As far as I know, the latest and the greatest is the greatest, but, who knows? Okay, right. So, I need to draw. I'm drawing a simple frame. I don't know what it is, but having a frame just kind of helps get me into it. Yeah. Yeah, no sweat. Okay, so I guess I'll draw. And you'll notice is when I chose to cut away from the previous scene, I didn't wait till the thing filled up, right? It's like, no, I'm just going to continue filling this thing up on after the cut, right? So that way we get some continuity from one cut to the next, which continuity is a good thing. And I'm just going to go for very simple staging. So the simple staging means there isn't a really dramatic camera angle or anything. And there's a reason why I don't want to go for any dramatic camera angles yet, is because right now nothing exciting is happening. So there's no need for us to like suddenly in the world, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, like don't worry, the cool shit will happen. But it's I think it's very important that before you show the cool like show the cool shit with the cool angles, but don't use cool angles every step of the way, or they will lose their impact. Yes, dust. Yes, the the Draftsman's Universal, uh, yeah, the training utility thing. Yes. Oh yeah, I also have like, where's my production design? I remember these guys. Yeah, okay. You know, I'm just gonna just snip that out. That bois sound can only mean one thing: that there will be lens flares. You guys have seen that ad, right? Like that, like the world's most honest video game ad for I think it was for the Outer Regions, or oh god, it's like it was for an RPG video game. Sorry, I'm such a boomer. I have like Biden moments all the time. Actually, I think now that I think about it, I don't want to just draw them like this way. I would rather draw them maybe kind of a bit more lean back. Yeah, we'll lean them back a bit. And of course, I also like to draw. This whole thing is slightly like on a tilt, or actually very much on a tilt. They're on a very very steep tilt. And you know what? It's like I'm just gonna draw. Let's use the blue line. The blue line is the way of me just kind of mentally telling myself that like, you know, this is not final line work or anything. This is all just like really amogus. Yeah, the poses are a little boring. You know, they're just sitting there. I guess I gotta have it so that while maybe you know what I can do is that while one of them's waiting for it to fill up, the other guy could be like, uh, what could we have him do? We could have him like swabbing his face shield or something. Fuck it, we'll have him scratch his ass. Thanks, Martin. And maybe I can move this down so it's more between them like that. There. So you'll see that like the reason I've shot it this way is it makes for a better silhouette, right? You've got this nice big empty shape over here, right? Like, and maybe, I'm just thinking maybe instead of splitting it down the center like this, maybe I'll move it down a little bit more, like here. So that way we get to see more of this thing, right? This makes for something that's got a better silhouette cut out to it now. This guy starting to look a bit like Grimace from, McDonald's. Remember that purple guy? Does anybody remember like how McDonald's used to have mascots? There was like Hamburglar and like Grimace, and then there was, I don't even know what the fuck Grimace was, to be honest. Like that what the fuck was Grimace supposed to symbolize? I have no idea. And there was Birdie, and then there was, Ronald McDonald himself. But yeah, like Grimace, I never understood who Grimace was supposed to be. But he's that weird like purple guy. It's like I guess Birdie was like supposed to be the slightly cannibalistic reference to, like the McChicken or the chicken nuggets. But they never had any cow characters in there. They had Hamburglar. Hamburglar was pretty obvious. They never had any fish characters to symbolize. Yeah, it's like it seems kind of incongruous when you really think deeply about it. But like I remember it very well from my childhood. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Is Ronald still a mascot? I don't know. I mean, he's perfect for the clown world we live in today. He's like absolutely. I think he's. Do you remember? I don't know how many people remember the age of mascots. Like, here, let me just grab. I'm gonna grab a book. Hang on just a second. Here, just as like a trip down memory lane. I have this book. This is a book that I picked up from this one art store called Another Man's Poison. This thing's $27 or was $27 at the time that I bought it. It was at this one bookstore near OCAD called Another Man's Poison. I don't think they're there anymore. It was this bookstore that sold all these rare art books. And $16.95 US. And it was art of the advertising character, and it's like just this enormous collection of mascots. Yeah, Chiquita, like bananas, that little sticker, right? Like they actually used to have a mascot, 1950s. Quakies for Quaker Oats. Mr. Brandyman for Martell Brandy. Make friends with Martell Brandy, 1955. The Michelin Man. Green Giant. The Jolly Green Giant. Elsie of Borden Dairy. Like some of these I just don't even know. Oh, wow. Yeah, cool. So cigarettes. That's right. Cigarettes. Cool Penguin. Like they had Tony the Tiger used to look like this. They're great. Yeah, Toucan Sam. There's something about, like this. Like, I actually kind of like the old Toucan Sam. There's obviously something very nostalgic about that. Yeah. Like, there's so so many mascots. Like there was a this these are all from like 1959, 1977, 1970. There's a long history. These are all toothpaste mascots. There's a very, very long history of mascots. Mascots used in advertising. Frankenberry, Count Chocula, Boo Berry, Fruity Yummy Mummy. Like the home of the big boy. Yeah. There's Ronald. Holy cow, 1966. This was a promotional hand puppet. Oh yeah, the post bear. Yeah, that guy was definitely stoned. He was stoned out of his gourd. Burger King. He hasn't changed much. His design is still pretty much the same. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a Mr. Steak. Oh yeah, these are all mildly cannibalistic. Oh, Chicken Delight. Oh yeah, that's mildly cannibalistic. Like a bygone era. This is like I almost feel like if you were this stuff is like right out of Fallout, right? It's like I feel like if you ever wanted artwork for Fallout, you just look no further. The Esso Tiger. I remember him. Oh my god. And except that I can't remember the last time I ever saw him. They phased him right out. Just makes me think of like maybe somewhere out there there's a realm and it's all full of these like retired mascots. And Raid, yeah, Raid. Remember that little flea? Oh God, actually, some of you guys probably would. This is 1977. Holy cow! And Mr. Culligan, man, actually had a mascot of his own. Crazy. Huey Shoe Polish, yeah, crazy. That one's spicy. Huh. Yep. Kind of like that book feels like a little artifact. It's like a little slice of time, a little slice of an old piece of time, and it's like I remember a lot of that stuff. It's like holy cow, kind of all comes back. It's all coming back now. That's why it's good to like have those kinds of books. Otherwise, it's almost like they never existed. So maybe one's leaning over. I guess the other one. I got to think about what I'm going to have them do. Obviously, one of them can be scratching his butt, and that's the other thing, right? Is that if you can't think of what to have them do, then cut the scene. Cut the scene. It's just like if you're doing let's say a video like this, If you're recording video footage and it's not interesting, you edit it out, cut it. So in this case, I'm not going to have them sitting there scratching their ass waiting for the thing to happen. I'm going to have that thing fill up in a few frames. I'm going to go, and then they're going to grab it off. So I'm not going to. Anytime you're trying to figure out what am I going to have them do, that is something that should trigger your spidey sense and tell you we need to cut the scene. We need to just don't try to think of something entertaining for them to do. Cut that out. Just cut it. Yeah, so in this case, I guess what I'll do is don't have them just stand around doing nothing. Unless you like the purpose of the scene is specifically to make it feel like nothing is happening and they're waiting and there's a tension that's building from nothing happening, 5 minutes later. Right? Then you do it. But otherwise, I'm going to have this person like actually with his hands already on the thing. Also, where'd my little model sheet go? I need that thing back. Here we are. Nope, not there. I need that one. Whoops. No. Oh, hang on. I minimized the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, let's get this back. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to shrink that down. I'll throw that there. My little temporary model sheet. And in animation, there's so much work to be done that there's no such thing as cheating. Like everything is anytime you can save time and effort, it's almost like you have to turn it into it's almost like a skill to be able to find any place that you can cut corners. Like cutting corners in and of itself is a virtue. Any way that you can save some effort and get more for less is actually a virtue, right? It is the opposite way of thinking from illustration. Whereas in illustration, you're always trying to think how much more of yourself you can throw into the fire, the sacrifice for, make a sacrifice to make the art somehow more impressive to people. Like, no, animation is entertainment, and so if you can find a way to save time, like it doesn't take a lot of ingenuity to do tons and tons of detail because if you're coming from illustration, that's how you're already trained. But trying to figure out a way to save the time without compromising too much, you're trying to find a way to get something for nothing, or at least you're trying to find a way to trade. You're trying to make a smart trade. That's what takes a lot of savvy. That takes a little bit of shrewdness. Unless you want to make a Cain sacrifice and then you're going to spend ages and ages on the project, and then when it's done, you're not going to get enough likes and retweets, and then you're going to be all bitter. so don't, okay, like don't set yourself up for that. That was my Steam going bloop. I will check on that in 1 second. There we are. Okay, let's see. Oh god. Oh my god, my friend is talking to me in very old English. Oh god. God. I have to answer in kind. I am workingeth on an animationeth for a fundest rathereth. God. Maybe after 6. Yeah. Maybe if after if after and well, let's see. I was gonna go until 6, so another if half an hour, half an hour. God damn it. It's so bad. All right, here we go. Back to it. Back to work. To the gulag. Let's see if I can get 2 scenes done, in a weekend plus all the storyboards. I'm very happy about that. The guy who created smudging, you heard, nearly got fired for it. Oh, you mean like smears? Animation smears? I'm gonna have the other guy doing like this because he can't wait. He's like, hee hee. He's like pumping his arms in anticipation. It can be like really, again, I'm okay with it being very, very goofy looking because it's allowed to, right? Like at this point, it's very things have, shit hasn't hit the fan yet. So if things are goofy, it's fine. Oh, we went up another 20. That's great. Okay, let's move him slightly. Right, like even like just simply cutting and pasting and moving, sliding things around is like, again, it's a great time saver. And so for this frame, I can draw this thing, which will be stationary. We can have it fill up, and then he's going to pluck the thing off and put it into his backpack. And then the other guy's also going to pull out his and put it down there. Actually, I might even have it so like he twirls it and then slams it in there. And when he slams it in there, he slammed it a little too hard. It's like the whole. Then we're gonna get the earthquake. So that's how I'll do it. Yes, I mean smears are great. Yeah, so this is great, right? It's like originally I was planning on just getting rid of the part where there's the failure, but the idea of him twirling the cylinder and then slamming it in there, like that's a spur of the moment thing, right? So this is why I say when you're animating, you like your storyboards don't have to be like this is exactly how everything's going to go down, and then it's like it doesn't have to be a tyrannical set of storyboards. Your planning should not be tyrannical. If it's tyrannical, then you're just going to be doing doing a formality, and it'll be boring, right? It's like there'll be no surprises, good or bad. Nothing wrong will ever happen. Nothing right will ever happen either. And sometimes you need those happy little accidents to keep you going. Okay, I'm gonna just draw. Ooh, do I use brush pressure or not? I'm not going to use brush pressure. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to use brush pressure, but I'm going to like double line everything. So that way, the double line means that I use literally two lines and it looks a little bit messier. And it's important that I keep things looking a little bit messy because it will help keep my brain from locking up. Because the brain, if it sees really, really tight, perfect lines, will think, well, everything needs to be super accurate now and tight, and then it will lock up. And yeah, that's never any good. That's bad. That's the thing is that even if you have like a brush stabilizer and you could theoretically draw those perfect lines, don't because perfect lines in animation will just cause you to seize up. You want to keep things loose for yourself as opposed to tyrannical. There is such thing as having too much order. And there is such thing as having too much chaos as well. It's like too much chaos and nothing goes right, and all you get is some crazy disasters every second. Like, how do you work then? So it takes a balance. I'm just gonna see what my friend has sent back to me. I that is soundeth like a planet. I wisheth thine luck in thine journeyeth. Awesome. That's a friend. That's a real friend right there. All right. Good. All right. And then I'll just draw this on a separate layer. Oh, danger, danger! I can see this thing getting like a little too clean. The reason why too clean again is also not only does it not only does it cause your brain to shut down, it also causes other people to see things that are really, really clean to think that, oh, it's got to be really, really clean. Therefore, anything that's not clean, anything that's not perfect, must be wrong and must be purged from all existence. You know, it's just don't lure people, like don't carry people with you into the uncanny valley. It's always bad. It's bad. Don't do it. You've got to give people room for their brains to use their imagination. It's like people will give you as much room as you give to them. Meaning that if you give them room to use their imagination, they will give you enough room. They'll give you enough leeway to make mistakes and whatnot. So if you don't give people any room to use their imaginations, then they will be very uncompromising. I'm gonna do a separate layer for this guy because they're going to be animated on different timings. So this fellow needs to be a separate layer. I mean, I could also have him do like hip thrust. Like just for no reason, just for no reason at all. Just it's just like just he's just doing hip thrusts. He was doing the mashed potato earlier. Now he's doing fucking yeah. No, we have to. It's too funny not to. This is the other thing about um, indie animation, right? Is like you don't have to. You're not having to stick to any particular like corporate rules or anything like that. So I'm not saying everything has to be completely off the wall and zany, but I'm saying it's like it can be mildly rude. You can be a little edgy. It's all right. Let's see. Should I have the hands together when he does? No, hands apart. No, it's got to be hands apart, not hands together. Okay, so I'm just thinking about how high to raise his hands. That's the other thing, right? It's like you have to also kind of slightly do the pose as well. So like it just makes it look more natural if you have a better sense of feeling for how it should be. So I'm gonna move that butt a little further back. And sometimes it's like, even if your drawings are kind of mildly unappealing, even that can be have a little charm in of itself. Like it just means that people know that you're not too uptight about the whole thing. You have to be like, how do I explain this? If you enter the room, if you enter like a party and you're like super duper dressed up in a suit and your hair is all done amazing and you know you got like I don't know, you're just kind of overdoing it, right? Like maybe like it's possible for some women to like put on too much fucking makeup. It's like they're just taking themselves a little too seriously. And if you're doing comedy, you know, you got to learn to dial that down, dial that back. You know, enter the party with your shirt a little untucked. You know, your fly can be well, yeah. I guess you know you shouldn't have your fly down, but you know, like be a little laid back. No, no, it's not. Oh, it is not open source. I'm just drawing with like a little lip bite, a little like that. Oh God, I'm making a CalArts bean mouth. It's looking kind of like a CalArts bean mouth, just a bit. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who's helped out with the donations and really anybody who's hanging out here because it's like it makes the numbers larger. It makes the number of concurrent viewers higher. Like it boosts the view numbers and it helps the algorithm. So that's really good. Like I'm very grateful. It's a weekend. I'm sure a lot of people could probably be they could have been anywhere else. They could have been watching any other video, but they chose to be here. And for that I am thankful. I'm just drawing the rings where they keep the tubes. Oh yeah, actually, for this guy, he'll have an empty cylinder. All right. Am I stream? Uh oh, am I streaming the wrong screen? Well, that seems to be That's the top one. That's the bottom one. Okay. We still good? Also, the other guy should probably draw the red shoulder straps. Here we go. I'm going to draw this guy doing his hip thrusts. It literally can be 2 frames. And this is another thing, like when it comes to shoulder lines, like you can move the shoulders all the way up here. Oh yeah, that's a real far one. That's like a super, super launching forward hip thrust. My goodness, that's like a mega thrust. Look how simplified this line has become too. It's like that's a really the backpack there. I'm gonna draw the little oh god. It's really Okay, maybe we'll try 12 FPS, 6 FPS. Among mosquitoes. Yes. Those are some super hip thrusts. Like check that out. I love it. And then we'll just clean that up. It's fine. I'm gonna leave some messy lines in there. Okay. So that I can put on like on loop. 6 FPS. So that's 4 times 6 is 24, right? Yeah, 3 times 6 is 18. So yeah, it's four. So I gotta put that on fours. Okay, so we run that at 24 FPS. There we are. Okay, so all I did was I just stretched those frames out to four by four. Well, that'll be the timing that I want. And I can just tell this thing to loop. It can loop forever. I can throw on my new. Oh yeah, I also need my background. Yeah, okay, good. And then put that on hold. There we are. Then I could draw the blood filling up. Set that one to multiply. Okay. All right, I got to use the bathroom. I'll be back real quick. You want to see a neon sign? Do it. All right, I'll be right back. Dude, this guy's ready to go. Look at him go. I mean, I could put in a smear. I could put in like a couple smears in this. I mean, I love smears, especially like the Disney World smears. Disney World is like the best smear. Okay, so looking at our previous what we were cutting from. God, that looks so fucking good. This stupid this little one is like, damn, it looks beautiful. It looks a little too good. It looks a little too good for this production, which, very low budget. Like I'm trying to make this budget as low as I can, but it's hard not to like. Okay, that's like it's the magical effect of 24 FPS. 24 FPS. If it's smooth, like if the animation's really smooth, it looks really good. You know whose animations I really love on YouTube? Telepert. Telepert. That guy makes that guy is extremely cultured. And that guy, like, he's made so many. Like, I don't know if he does it every day or like, holy cow. That guy's a fucking powerhouse. Oh, I've gone mute again. I've just been super quiet. This is what happens. Start to concentrate, and then like I get glazed, and it's like I get sucked into the animation. Oh man, being in the zone is a great feeling. Like there's times like this where nothing else matters. Like these would be the times I say that are probably the most, they're the times that make it, those are the times that make animation really fun. Like enter a meditative state, and all that matters is just whatever it is you're working on. I can be on a stream and there can be people watching, and I'm just like I'm in my own little world all of a sudden. This is cool. So I've actually drawn like the formation of a bubble. Boop. A little bubble has appeared. Whoops. Here we are. Almost there. We're almost at the top. Cool. Neat. Wow. That little bubble. It looks. God damn. It looks too fucking good. It's funny, right? Because it's like everything else is so poorly drawn and poorly animated. So it's kind of funny. It's like if you spend a lot of work in one area, it has a focusing effect. Like it grabs your eyeball. Grabs your eyeballs. It's crazy. Really funny how that works. Too much. I love it. I love it. That little bloop, and then he's gonna have to pull it out and then um, put it into his two little rings, and then this guy's gonna have to pull his out, and then and the thing is that like the nice thing about the like doing the hip thrust is like great. It gives like us something to look at, right? There's something else to. He's not just being there static. it's incongruous. It doesn't make any sense, but like who cares? So now I got to animate this guy. He's gonna pull out the little cylinder and shove it into his backpack. I'm drawing a keyframe right now of the cylinder on its way in, or rather, he's pushed. So he's pushing it here. I want his hand there, and now I got to figure out like, okay, how will the rest of him stand in relation to all this? So, like, I want him to. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. So once he gets that thing in there, he's gonna start doing the hip thrusts while the other guy is working. When it's the other guy's turn. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's brilliant. Ah, oh my god. Again, this is the reason why, you know, you get your storyboards done up to a point, but not so far done that it's tyrannical. Exactly. This is the work. It's a fucking workplace tradition. You must hip thrust as you work. Oh my god, I love it. Right, because again, this is one of the reasons why it's important to kind of have a very loose sense of, like, if you're going to do comedy, um, there has to be spontaneity. You must not plan everything out. You must leave room for your own imagination to continue working. And if you overplan, there won't be any spontaneity. Okay, so he's not doing hip thrusts yet, but he's in a very assertive pose. I mean, either I have him do the hip thrust. I don't know which is better, to have him doing hip thrusts or to have him waiting in a T pose. I don't know which is better. Like this is like in a way, it's almost like doing these animations is like doing a Gmod, like doing a Gmod cartoon. I think I'm gonna have them both doing hip thrusts because the hip thrusts are dynamic. Oh yeah, this is a very creepy cat face grin. I don't know why that face fucking creeps me the hell out. Okay, yeah, we're going with that. It's very non sequitur. Perfect. Okay, so he's gonna have to put that thing in there, and then also I had to. Right, so I had to draw the frames between A and B. And I'll also have to have the other guy um, plop his tube in there. Okay. Oop. Oop. Okay. I woke up just slightly earlier than I had to. But oh, did I? Uh-oh. I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Good thing there wasn't any other stuff here. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, that didn't grab it properly. Okay, now I got it. Yeah, there we are. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to go until 6, and it's now like almost 6:30. Let's push it to 7. Let's end the stream at 7. Do a last sprint. Try and get a nice round number in there. Preferably one that's not 0. Okay. So I'm gonna just all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna animate the cylinder. The cylinder is just gonna magically find its way to where it needs to be. And I'm going to adjust the timing of the cylinder until I'm satisfied with it, and then I will animate the rest of the guy. He will have to be, his movements will have to be subordinate to the cylinder's movements. So any way that I can draw him that makes those cylinder movements plausible, I'm satisfied with. Okay, so we have those frames, but I will be doing some in-betweens as well. I guess I have to draw the full cylinder out, the entire. I'm going to try and maintain the length. Well, you know what? It's okay if it drifts a little. No one is going to care that much. Is it super important? No. No, it isn't. I'm adding a little bit of heft to the blood vial, and then this I'm gonna remedy that. Okay, so comes out. There's a little bit of a drop, and it catches up, and zoop. Okay, so now we just have to get this thing properly in betweened. You'll notice how I'm just dealing with the endpoints of this thing. Like animating, you know the Mr. Game and Watch character, the Nintendo Game and Watch. That's what it feels like. It's like I feel like I'm animating Game and Watch guy when I do these little in betweens. By the way, has anyone ever owned one of those like Game and Watch devices? I used to have them when I was a kid. So that just shows how old I am. Okay, so there's a few things are kind of the flow of this is not great. So I'll try and remedy this. Yeah, we'll get rid of that frame. That's better. Okay. So if I just play this through. All right, so the last bit is too fast. I think I want a little bit more hang time at the top of that. And also a pause. And plus more time when the thing ejects. I'm going to be done at 7. Mom was just checking to see if I'm done yet. She thinks I'm done. I'm not done though. I said I was going to be done at 7, or do you need to be right now? Okay, I'll 7 minutes. All right. Well, let's get as much as we can done until then. Yes, I'll be helping her out after that. Probably cooking or something. Yup. You'll notice that I've gradually changed from drawing an arc to just those 2 ticks to show. Like I'm just bracketing with diagonal ticks. Easier. You just find ways to shortcut things. All right, let's see that now. There we are. Much better. We have that little, we can actually see the thing moving. So when you're doing animation, like you only need to draw enough so that you can read the motion of it. The individual frames themselves may be hard to understand, but if you play it back and you can understand the motion of it, that's good enough. You're not drawing things when you draw animation. You're drawing the motion of things. I feel like the motion as it drops here is a little weak. It's like very linear, and maybe I can get rid of some of those frames, make it snap. The other problem is that the follow through is not very good. The follow through there is no follow through. Yeah. So I need to work this backwards, meaning animate in reverse. Oh, and I need to make it so that it aims. Right. I see how it's going wrong. Okay. I need to pull this thing out linearly. Right. And then it has to swivel down. all in the timing and the spacing. Oops. That one went. Okay. There we are. I need that to sweep more like an arc. I'm bending this thing on purpose. Maybe I don't have to bend so much. Oh shit! I'm also looping to the wrong. I'm steering to the wrong one. I need to steer to that one. Whoops. Okay, well, we'll fix that. Yeah. Okay. So get rid of that one. That pose. Okay. Yeah, it's probably good that I'm ending soon because it's like, the mistakes are starting to creep in. Like if you're plowing out mistakes, that's counterproductive. So as much as I like the idea of constantly pushing and pushing and pushing, that's like it can be counterproductive. There we are. Much better. Follow through. Just need some more frames on it to properly slide it in. I could probably take some of those earlier frames and put them on ones. Put them on twos. I mean, I shouldn't do everything on one. Or at the very least, put more slow. Yeah, we can slow this down a bit more and then move that up. There. So there's more hang time here. This speeds through, then slows down. Yeah, more slow in, slow out. Man. Very smooth. Okay, so let's get that last bit of the way in. All right. So we'll just accelerate it into place. And slow it down here. There. And then we can hold on that last frame for a bit. Better. And now you can really see. Now all the rest of it needs to be animated to move that thing into place, but you get the idea. Dang. Okay. I think we good. Yeah. I'm just gonna it's 6:44. 15 minutes. Do I think I can maybe cleanly draw this tank? I'm gonna try it. All right. So if I just draw it like that, I should be able to just go. I'm gonna just do one line at a time. Meaning one line passes. I'll double line this. I just remembered what that face reminds me of. That Ghibli cat. It reminds me of like a Ghibli cat face. It looks like Totoro. It's like a Totoro face. Oh god, yes. I need to like change the eyes so it looks exactly like a Totoro face. I gotta say, end of the day, this kind of stuff, this is like the stuff that you should leave at the end of the day because it's like mindless. Oh, it's like I don't mean to denigrate the work. I say that it's mindless in the sense that it's like, yeah, it just you need to be it's like I'm already sleepy and I'm not all here, but like that's okay. I can still do this kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff you save for that when you're finishing up. The mindless work. Thank goodness for mindless work. Because it means that like I get to feel productive. Oh, oh, this crosshair pressure thing. Yeah, that thing. It's not pressure. It shows the foot pedal inputs. So depending on how much pressure I apply to the foot pedal, it will show and indicate that. Same thing with smoothing. I want to know how much smoothing is being applied, so it indicates that as well. And then the other thing that's really useful about having the crosshair is that when I'm working with a graphics tablet, there is a tendency, if you've worked with traditional, there is a tendency to pay more attention to the physical tip of the pen. And the reason that's a problem is because the ink doesn't actually come out at the physical point of the pen. It comes out wherever it detects where the pen is. And so the thing about the crosshair is it is actually designed to be a little distracting so that you know that the ink is coming out of that crosshair. You know it's coming out wherever that crosshair is located and not from the physical tip of the pen. What's also useful is the fact that the physical pen, it will block or obstruct the point at where the ink comes out. So your cursor or the actual drawing position is often blocked by either your hand or your fingertips or by the pencil. And so because the crosshair is like the size of the whole darn screen, it means that even if my hand's like completely covering it, I can still have a pretty good estimate or guess as to where the exact point of that pen tip is. So yeah, it is distracting. It is distracting by design, and I guess I'm also used it for many years, and so I'm quite used to it. That's another thing. People are very good at tuning out things that they find annoying, like their computer fan or noisy construction across the street or stuff like that. The cars outside. But in my case, I actually have designed all of these little displays and stuff, and I actually use them, surprisingly. I actually got the idea for the full screen crosshair from looking at various drafting programs like AutoCAD. They would have that full screen crosshair. And it was something that I put together because um, when I was working with traditional tablet, yeah, there were a lot of times where I just wouldn't be able to keep track of the exact location of my pen cursor, just because my big fat fingers were hiding it. And then the other problem was I was so used to working with traditional that like it was driving me crazy that like the ink was coming out of this offset point, and I just needed something to like just grab my brain and say it's coming out of this point in space, and then oh okay, then I gotta a better sense for the offset of the position of that cursor. Much better, much better. There we are. Most crummy color. These guys don't even deserve coloring. The only thing that's colored on this is like the blood. So if we were to look at, let's see. If I take this and I stitch these together, I think I have to drag one onto the other like that. Okay, now they're stitched together. And then I think if I grab both, awesome. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I can tell it to just play. Let's see, play the camera view, loop play. I wonder if there's a way to just tell it to play only with selected. I don't know. Oh, there's a timeline view. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Can I don't know if there's a way to tell it to only play this segment. Nope. Playing all my warm-up stuff. That's cool. The blood is like the best animated bit of all this. Yeah, I do. The thing about the foot pedal is it controls the brush diameter, and then actually I have two foot pedals. The left one controls the brush diameter in mid stroke, so it allows me to I can just set it to there, or I can pull it up to that much, or I can pull it that much. So it does all this in the middle of the brush stroke, so that's pretty handy. And then the other one is the amount of smoothing. So with no smoothing, it's like this, and if I increase the smoothing, it puts in a certain amount of lag in there. So with lots of smoothing, I get this little thing. Draw like that. Yeah, so it gives me lots of control, and it's just nice because I don't have to be hitting bracket keys or anything. It just keeps it all hands free, and then that allows me to keep my left hand on the Nostromo. So I've got a Nostromo which allows me to handle panning or rotation. I can reset the view. There's also zooming if I combine it with the space bar and like the right click lets me zoom. And then also if I just want to like fix the rotation, then I can just double tap it and it fixes the rotation like that. But if I want to fit the whole display in there and reset all the rotation, if I take my stylus away from the monitor and then do it, it will reset the monitor. It will do everything, like a full reset. And then undos and redos are like that. It's not so much a matter of getting used to it. It's more like I would be working with the Nostromo and then I'd be like, oh, damn it, I need an undo. What key is good for the undo? Where should I put the redo? I'll put it on these keys, and then I'll go into my auto hotkey software and I'll program it so it does does what I think it should do, and then after that, like getting used to it's easy because it's a key that I've designed, that I've chosen, and it's just a matter of like every time I need a new thing, I would add the functionality to it. So it's like it's not like all this stuff dropped on me at once, but rather every time I felt like I needed a feature, I added it, and then I had a lot of time to get used to that, and then I'm like, it'd be really nice if I could do this other thing. And so some of the other things that I can do would be like I can So with just my left hand, I can tell it to go up a layer or down a layer. I can hold the space bar while I do this, and I can move the order of the layers as well. And so I can navigate layers. I can also move the layer as well, like change the layer order. This lets me cycle through frames, or I can use the mouse wheel to cycle through the frames. It's also made to skip on keyframes, as you can see. I can also use this to add additional frames or undo that option. So yeah, quite a few things that I can also do. And then also there's like another thing where I can press these keys to like force it to roll the animation. So if I press the down button, it'll start rolling it. And when I release it, it will roll to whichever frame I was previously on. So if I'm on, let's say this frame, if I start pressing the up button, it begins rolling backwards if I release the button. So I could put in a bookmark here, so I can roll back to a bookmark, and if I release, it rolls back forward to the current frame. So yeah, there's like lots of functionality that I use, and it's just good for animation because it lets you keep your eyes on what your work. It lets you keep your eye on your work, and you don't have to like, well, to a fault, you never have to tear your eyes away from your monitor, and I almost never have to touch like my physical full keyboard, which is sitting on my lap right now. So it lets me roll right up to the tablet, and then one hand on the Nostromo, one hand on the stylus, and then just work. All of my hotkeys are at my fingertips, and so it just lets me focus on the work. Great. Lets me get into the zone. So yeah, I would highly recommend anybody like get a good gaming controller, like the Nostromo or the Orb Weaver or the Tartarus. I think Logitech also makes them, but I feel like Razer software allows for a little bit more leeway for changes. If you do get a Nostromo, those things are discontinued. It will only work on Razer 2.0. It'll work on Synapse 2.0. It won't work on any of their latest Synapse 3.0. So if you're going to get, say, a Tartarus or you're going to get an Orb Weaver, I can't remember which is which, but I think it's the Tartarus. The Tartarus has a mouse wheel. You're going to want to get one with a mouse wheel if you plan on doing animation. So that mouse wheel can then be customized. And then, use the software to remap keys. You may consider getting an additional piece of joystick remapping software which can detect when buttons are not just pressed, but also released. So this thing is set up to send different hotkeys depending on if I press the button versus if I release it. And if you want to go even further, if you got into auto hotkey scripting, then you can do some situationally aware things, like if the stylus is in range and I hit the button to reset the rotation, it only resets rotation. But if the stylus is out of range, it resets everything, right? So those are things that you can also do. So yeah, any kind of these joystick controllers and custom gaming controllers, they're great. They're usually built pretty tough, made to be portable if you want to bring it back and forth from work and home. They're made to be portable. They're made to be tough, so they last. Some of them can be easily customized, meant to be ergonomic. It fits a lot of it checks a lot of boxes. It ticks a lot of boxes for good working a good piece of working equipment. That and musicians equipment as well. Any kind of those keyboards or foot pedals, those things are built to be thrown into a gear bag and abused. All right, obviously you shouldn't abuse them, but they will last. They will last a good long time, and it's really they're very customizable. There's programs like MIDI remapping, like Bohm's MIDI translator is something I've also used. It's spelled BOME. Bohm's MIDI translator is a great piece of software that I've used to remap these MIDI controllers, and they're really built tough. And if you ever get like a pot, if one of your potentiometers, like a fader, or if the foot pedals potentiometer, the little spinny thing in there starts to go flaky on you, it might just need a little bit of pot grease. Pot grease is this stuff. It's just This stuff is called Deoxit Fader F5. There's other brands, but this one is something which is made to be sprayed into mixer panels and what is it? It's aliphatic hydrocarbon CAS 805241-3 difluoroethane propellant. So I think the active ingredient is aliphatic hydrocarbon. Sounds like some kind of allotrope of carbon, and so it's meant to be used in graphite faders and whatnot. And it makes them work again. It makes them stop crackling. And if you find that your fader's giving you weird spotty results, give it a shot of this stuff. It might solve it. Because mine were going all crazy and whatnot, and I just gave it a blast of it. And all of my old audio equipment was starting to get all crackly, and I shot all the faders of the stuff, and then it just came back. Everything just came back, so it was awesome. The quick fix, I love it. All right, so anyway, I have to head off at 7 o'clock. I got to help my mom out with probably with dinner, and I'll see you guys later. Have yourselves a great night, and thanks for showing up. Thanks everybody who donated. Been fantastic. I think we've gotten, let's see, 100. Well, wow, somebody a while back threw in like $100. Several $1, and then it was like a 20 and a 10 and a 20. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I was hoping we would raise $100. We're well over that. We're we're past 150. I'm very, very happy. I'm sure that my friends will be Shy and Vex will be very, very happy to hear this. And thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot for showing up. Thanks for just watching and boosting my numbers and helping me out with the YouTube algorithm. So I'm going to try and be back here on the next Saturday. We're just going to rip and tear until the job is done. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Have yourselves a great night and a great weekend. I'll see you